Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of all the superstitious religions. And need to mute that, although you don't hear it, I do. All right. Okay, so I know how this sort of thing goes. It's going to take you guys a few minutes to figure out that I went live early. Even if you planned on showing up, you weren't planning on me going live at this time. To the 4 of you that happen to be watching, thank you so very much. I do hope that you would encourage the algorithm to promote this channel. And why would I say that? For extremely selfish, narcissistic reasons. No, because I think these things are true and that they make sense in reality and that they're consistent within themselves. In fact, through all of the elimination process that I can't seem to find a way to eliminate this, which is why I am fully persuaded that it's true. It's the last man standing, the Injil, if you will. So, if what I'm saying is true, and it seems to be, at least in my life, it fixed my life, made me able to be brave enough to love you, able to be brave enough to go forward doing what is right. And maybe that's a good definition for freedom. The knowledge and ability to do what is right, what is appropriate at the time. And yes, I have failures, no doubt. But I'm trying really hard. I'm working on it. But because these things have made me actually valuably, quantifiably happier than I've ever been in my life, that makes me think they have value. That means to me that it means that they work in reality, and I think they can work in reality for you, and that's why I want to promote it. I hold, because of my experience, that you can tell how much truth someone has accepted by how happy they are. What do you think about that? Definition for truth: experiential happiness. Feel free to hit the link and come in. And tell me what I'm thinking of poorly in this. Here's a whole syllogism. I'm going to back up a few slides, present them one idea at a time. So the first one is just saying that that Christ is the Mashiach of the Old Testament, and obviously the master or sovereign of the New Testament. Christ Jesus sufficiently fulfills specific prophecies no other biblical personality fulfills by being the God-man. That is to say, he's fully God and fully man. That's biblical. That's not Christian doctrine right there. The Bible states that in pretty unmistakable terms. Of course, if you have an argument with that, I would hear of it. Peace and respect and welcome, Odine, Generally Specific, The Freak, 420 Atheist, SFB Mod, and King Blue and Morning Mist. Thanks for dropping by. Thank you all so much for dropping by. Please remember to do the algorithm thing. You know what to do if you choose to do it. Appreciate that. Premise 2. The two witnesses of the great day, or the great day of the Lord, or end times. Colloquially, Christians call it end times, although it's beginning times, and that phrase makes no sense to me unless it applies only to this planet and the planet alone, in which case you could call it end of the planet times, I guess. But the two witnesses of the great day sufficiently fulfill the prophecies necessary to be identified as Christ Jesus. True story. Go and read the description of the two witnesses, what they have power over, how long they do each aspect of their life or their existence, their testimony, because they do things in a specific order. They do significant and relevant things. Those specific and relevant things are described throughout the Bible. Peace and respect, Dominic Sergini. Namaskar. And all together, Oops, what happened? How did they get out of order? There it is. Okay. Maybe they ended up in reverse order somehow. Anyway, here's the whole thing. The conclusion, Christ Jesus is referred to as the two witnesses of the great day of the Lord, or the 7 years of end times. That great day. Let me get it all together for you in one spot, in one assertion. Christ Jesus sufficiently fulfills specific prophecies no other biblical personality fulfills by being the God-man. The two witnesses of the great day of the Lord sufficiently fulfill the prophecies necessary to be identified as the Christ Jesus. Thereby, Christ Jesus is being referred to as the two witnesses of the great day of the Lord. That's right. He does his important work during end times, which makes him in everything that he said about time correct. For instance, this generation shall not pass before all of these things are fulfilled. What things? The prophecies. That's what he's talking about. That's the context. The prophecies will be fulfilled before these folks standing right here listening to me right now die. Well, when could that be true? Well, the prophecies, some of them are about end times now, aren't they? Even a partial preterist will admit that. So when could Jesus be right about the prophecies all being fulfilled other than in the great day of the Lord or end times? So he must be talking about end times. Thereby, in order for him to be right, he must be in end times making that timely statement. Peace and respect and welcome, Joel.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm better than I deserve since 2012.
Amen.
Been going on so long now, I don't expect it to change.
So I thought of something I could challenge you with if you'd like to hear, or do you want to continue your...
Nope, that was it. That was the presentation.
Good timing. Okay.
Yeah.
My potentially very incorrect understanding. If you're talking about the two witnesses in the Revelation,
yes,
I remember a hint of it being Elijah and somebody else.
Yes, the most popular answer is Moses and Elijah.
Moses.
Batman, okay. If you can hear me, your devices are not connecting. Please refresh.
How's mine sound?
We'll try it, but I don't know. You sound fine. Okay. Nice and clean.
Yep.
Almost no delay. Very nice. Nice.
Awesome.
And Batman is speaking. Peace and respect and welcome, Batman. Let's check out your connection because it was a little bit slow hooking stuff up.
My gigabit internet is being slow. Not
very gigabitty.
Yeah, right. Not enough gigabit. You want my comment on this so far? Thanks for letting me join, by the way.
Of course.
We're here to challenge his understanding.
That's it.
Oh, okay. You want me to challenge your understanding or the syllogism?
If you want to drop out right now, well, that's the same thing.
Okay. So the first part, I agree with. The second part, I don't know. What do you mean by the two witnesses of the great day?
I could write more words,
but
I'm trying to fit it all on one screen at one time. The great day, whenever the Bible says the great day, sometimes the great day, sometimes the great day of the Lord, sometimes that great day, sometimes in that day, sometimes in those days. All of those phrases mean precisely the same thing, referring to end times.
Or the day of the Lord, I've heard too, yeah.
Or beginning.
The last day of earth.
Depending on who you are.
Last day of this earth, as you put it accurately, I think, as well.
Okay, but it's the two witnesses part. The great day I understand, but it's the two witnesses part. Can you go more into that? Like, if you're gonna write the syllogism, I'm sure you already probably noticed, but you have to explain not what each word means, but certain parts of it.
I see your objection that this not only assumes you can speak Christianese, background noise ruffling paper.
I'm sorry. I just made a single pop.
I'll fix it. Okay. Oh, popcorn. Yeah, popcorn bag. Okay,
Hello,
so
Sammy.
I'm peace and respect and welcome, Sammy. Thank you very much for coming by. So yes, I'm assuming not only do you speak Christianese, but I'm assuming that you know everything I'm referring to in the Bible, and that it's there, and that I'm referring to it accurately.
So I don't know if you missed
I can expound on it a bunch if you want.
in Batman.
So-
I don't know if you missed my initial question to him. The challenge. My understanding was that was Moses and Elijah. That's supposed to be the two witnesses that the beast kills at the end times. And Richard, you said that you did acknowledge that. So that's the question mark. How's
I acknowledge it's a popular answer.
okay, good.
I don't agree. Where in the Bible does Moses testify for only 40 days? I'm sorry, testify for almost 3.5 years, pisses off the authorities kill him, he's dead exactly 3.5 days, he is raised from the dead, he then testifies for precisely 40 more days and ascends into heaven. Or Elijah, or anybody. After all, if there are multiple people doing it in the Bible, then they're all Jesuses, or there is no Jesus.
My best current understanding is that was part of the revelation, but that it was speculation of who exactly it was.
Yes, it is speculative. There is only church dogma and doctrine to say who they are.
Well, even in John's Revelation itself.
That's exactly what I'm attacking here.
Even in John's Revelation, I remember his narrative asking in the form of a question who these two prophets were.
Let's bring it up, shall we? Since we can.
Shall
First
we?
thoughts, Sammy. While I'm looking at something here.
Exhibit A.
Exhibit A.
It's interesting. Trying to recall who I was taught with the two witnesses.
Oh, I can answer that.
You can?
Oh yeah, I know what you were taught. the two witnesses are oh, now I'm stuck on a name. That's what I get for being a smart aleck. The country music singer who sang with Dolly Parton.
Oh.
That narrows it down.
Yeah.
Islands
now
in
I'm
the
blanking
Stream.
on
That is
him
good.
too. Kenny Rogers.
Kenny Rogers. Of course they're Kenny Rogers. Everyone in Jehovah's Witness is Kenny Rogers.
Oh, my goodness.
This is true.
Richard, I got
No,
white.
but he had a serious point before we move on. What was the serious point there, Sammy? You said you don't remember what the Jehovah's Witness church?
Yeah, and because I think it was really like it was a stretch how they got to wherever they got. I think one represented the governing body, what they call the faithful and discreet slave. But I'm trying to think who the other witness was. It must have been fairly convoluted, I imagine. I might go back and have a look at that.
Well, we're about to look at it. I
don't so far have any real pushback on what you have to say about it. It seems to make sense in the context.
Or more importantly, what the Bible says.
That is the point. In internal critique, all that matters is, are we properly reading what is actually there? That's the right question. Okay, so here we are at the two witnesses in the book of Revelation, Revelation 11. In fact, everyone's so convinced it should be called the two witnesses that when they inserted these chapter titles, they called it the two witnesses. All right. And there was given me a reed like unto a rod. Incidentally, this word rod right here is an ancient measuring fractal, like acre or fathom. Yeah. It does not mean a stick with which you beat your children.
Or cubit. Cubits.
Yes, it's a specific length of a piece of wood. Right, like a cubit. Yes. So when it reads, spare the rod, spoil the child, it means if you don't teach your children measurement, they're going to be in trouble as adults.
Or
By the way,
boundaries,
that's
as modern
true.
psychology puts it. You teach your children boundaries.
Right, boundaries. That's right, measurement. And the angel stood, saying, Rise, and measure the temple of God, and the altar, and them that worship therein. But the court which is without the temple leave out, and measure it not. For it is given unto the Gentiles, and the holy city shall they tread underfoot 42 months. Anyone want to guess what 42 months is without actually doing the math?
3.5 years?
Yes, sir. Okay. And I will give power unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days. Anyone want to guess what 1,260 days is? Anyone?
7 years. I think.
Nope. 3.5 years.
3.5.
These are the 2 olive trees and the 2 candlesticks standing before the God of the earth. Of course, this would be the proper God, and is probably going to read Jehovah. God, Theos, Greek, stupid idiot Richard. It's going to refer back to. Do they even have a Hebrew equivalent?
No name calling.
Not bother.
It's the Father.
They did not bother.
Richard.
Theos, God or Father is fine. Yeah. Go ahead.
No name calling.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. Even me.
yourself.
I know.
So
I understand. I agree.
How you can tell that it's the Father, right, is that in the perceived temple, right, what's always in the midst of the temple is the essence of the Father. The essence of the Father is always in the tabernacle. Doesn't
Yes,
matter
and
where.
that's a whole nother
where,
syllogism.
Yeah.
If I may, to me, that reads that these 2 witnesses are dead and they're in heaven and they're in the throne room of God, and they come back to earth a couple of times just to annoy the beast.
No, keep reading. You'll get it.
Maybe. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth and devoureth their enemies. I think that's a reference to the lake of fire, the hell, fire, and brimstone fire.
Sounds like laser beams to me. I want it to be laser beams.
I want it to be laser beams out of their mouths. And if any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be killed. Now, I think we all know who kills Christ, and that he gets, the Diamond Express extra fast lane to hell.
Diamond Express.
These have power to shut the heavens, that it rain not in the days of their prophecy, and have power over the waters to turn them to blood, and to smite the earth with all the plagues. So it mentions one of the plagues, and then it says, okay, just all of them.
Wow.
And as often as they will. Okay.
They're still talking about the 2 witnesses in context, right?
Yeah, still the same chapter. I haven't changed anything. Read them in order.
Well, because
When they have,
these guys are as powerful as the 4 angels of, like the angels of death.
You see that? Yes, good. Yes.
Crazy.
This being is in control of the 4 seraphim. Good for you. You see that. Good.
And the plagues, the rip, the blood,
yes.
The moon's supposed to turn to blood and all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
In charge of heaven.
Right. The seals. Yeah.
Yeah, you get it. Good. Okay. And when they shall have finished their testimony, the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them, and shall overcome them, and kill them. And their dead bodies shall lie, which bodies is actually a translation choice. It's not going to be plural in the original ideas. Lie in the street of that great city like great day. It is never referring to some specific city, but all cities combined. It's one of those expressions, meaning the persons of the planet. We can argue about that. Which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt. That's 2 different places, so it can't be one city, right? It's a spiritual predisposition. Sodom and Egypt, I think we both know those references, all know those. Where also our Lord was crucified. Writer or writers, Lord. And they of the people and kindreds, tongues, and nations see their dead bodies 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves. And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them and make merry, and shall send gifts one to another, because these 2 prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth. I would point out that the Bible says, "You killed my prophets, I sent no prophet." And we can have a discussion about that and all the implications thereof. After 3 days and a half, the Spirit of life of God entered into them, and they stood upon their feet, and great fear fell upon them which saw them. And they heard a great voice from heaven saying unto them, "Come up hither." And they ascended up into heaven in a cloud, and their enemies beheld them doing it. That self-same hour, blah, blah, blah. Great earthquake. End of the story. All right, so there it is. Thoughts?
The plural parts throw me off.
I don't know. Describe Jesus.
God,
Okay, now finish it.
the flesh of God.
Which, I mean, do you disagree that, or do you read differently? You exegete differently that he is fully man and fully God? Do you exegete it differently than I do?
No, but the part that those I don't want to look at God as plural.
Well, you're a plural in certain ways. Jesus,
So
the God-man, is plural in certain ways.
I agree with the Trinity Unitarianism that there are three parts of one person. I agree with that. God's three parts.
Okay.
He created us in His image, but He's
Okay.
still one person. So when He says two witnesses,
But
is that
we're
a
only talking about
translation error,
1/3 of the Godhead here.
No, I think it's the other way around. It's
And if I may-
3 persons, 1 being.
And if I may, it did mention the Spirit. The Spirit entered the two dead bodies.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
it does. You might recall that happens to Jesus.
Yes. Well,
That he
Spirit of God.
that you what you saw there was no prophet, no person interfering. Not even Christ, who should be there for end times, interfering, bringing this person back to life. But what you do see is a direct intervention from heaven, which is, again, an aspect of the story of Christ.
Well, and then to combine this apparent fact that these two witnesses control everything,
Yes. Evidently.
it almost the logic of it, at least, and I'm still trying to wrap it around my head, seems that it's talking about God the Father and God the Son as the two witnesses, and then the Holy Spirit is involved as mentioned as well.
Could be, but you can't have the Father dying. Because he's not, he never actually shows up on this planet. The Father never comes down to the planet, so you can't have him getting killed.
Yeah.
Midnight Sparkle, first thoughts.
Yeah, I like to view God the Father.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh,
How you
hi.
doing?
Midnight Sparkle.
Yeah, I
Midnight
Is your name
Sparkle,
David?
you have the floor.
well, I mean, you have someone backstage also.
Yes, I'm aware. Let me. Would you
So-
please do this backstage? Thank you.
It's your turn, David.
I mean, who's David?
So
I don't know. Midnight. First thoughts. Syllogism. Argument. Two witnesses are Christ.
I have none, considering I literally started listening and joined. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, if you have something later, please feel free to speak it. Theological.
Yes, testing. Everyone hear me?
Yeah.
All right, cool. A bit like Midnight Sparkle. I was listening. Is Revelations something about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse?
no, the 2 witnesses.
Oh yeah, the 2 witnesses. I caught bits and pieces as I was trying to set up.
Well, there it is. I'm going to read it for you at twice speed, or you could just bring it up on your own screen. It's Revelation 11. All of Revelation 11 is just about pretty much, except for the first 2 verses. I don't know why they split the chapters in the wrong places, but I wasn't there to vote. So, Revelation 3 on to the end.
I'm sorry. So the only problem that I have with the 2 witnesses thing is that in the narrative, the person who's speaking to John and giving John the visions at this point is the glorified Jesus.
Wait, say it again.
So the person at the start of the whole thing, right? The person who
Oh, Christ
initiated,
Jesus is doing the revelation.
yeah, he is
Correct.
showing, yes, he's showing John the Revelation. Now, so here's a strange thing with the two witnesses, right?
Mhm.
Because I came across this, and to be honest with you, I kind of ignored it,
Yeah,
right?
people have to.
So so there's nothing to suggest that it wouldn't be, or it can't be, two people prophesying, right? But I think the two olive trees and the lampstands have something to do with it. And the other part of it too is that the witnesses, they're they're standing before the Lord, just visually speaking, right? The idea is that they're standing before the Lord, right, in front of in in the city, right, probably in front of the temple, right? There are a ton of people around them, right? And anyone who tries to touch them or attack them, they get consumed with fire. The fire consumption thing is something that you see a few times through Revelation, where fire comes down and devours the enemies and stuff like that, right?
An altar with sacrifice
Yeah.
soaked in water. Yep.
Now
Soap and water.
so verse 6 is strange, because no, verse 7, 6 and 7, right, when it comes to the plague, being able to ditch out plagues and
Yeah.
being in charge of the abyss,
Mm-hmm.
it's the angel Abaddon.
Hold up. Before you go any further with Abaddon or Apollyon, how do you read that verse? Because I read it a certain way.
Okay, so it says, now they have finished their testimony. So they're finished testifying, right? Both the witnesses are
Sure.
finished testifying.
Right.
The beast that comes up from the abyss. Now, from what I remember, it's Apollyon or Abaddon that has the keys to the abyss, right? And
yeah. What does the word Apollyon or Abaddon mean?
what does the word mean?
Yes. Who is it referring to?
The angel of death, from what I remember.
No, not the angel of death.
Not-
the angel who's
not-
a destroyer.
He's the one that has.
Let me ask you this: how can Satan be trapped in hell if he has the keys?
No, it's Abaddon that traps Satan in hell.
Right. So he's the one in charge. He's the king over the bottomless pit, not the king in the bottomless pit, who has the keys. Right?
Yeah.
Tell me, who traps Satan in hell?
Abaddon.
No, close. It's the wrong language, but you're real close. It's Michael. It's Michael.
Michael defeats him, but it's Abaddon that locks him up.
Go back and read of Michael's defeat of Satan. Michael is the one who casts him into hell.
He casts
now
him
you can
out
say
of heaven.
something like, well, there's a separate guy who the Bible doesn't speak of favorably, who's in charge of hell but isn't Satan, but works for God, but he's a false god from some other ancient religion. You could say something like that, but I don't think that's going to make sense.
Nah. So there was never a point in the Bible where it suggested that Satan was in charge of hell. Never. Right. So, however, there wasn't anything in the Bible that suggested that the Satan does not or didn't have the ability to interact with other heavenly beings, right?
Okay.
Because he waged war in heaven.
No, obviously he does. Yeah, he and his angels fight with Michael and his angels. True. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interaction.
And yes, and when they when he is defeated, he is casted out of heaven. It didn't say he was cast
Upper or
out of
lowercase
heaven.
heaven?
Huh?
Upper or lowercase heaven? How do you read it?
I read it. So it's difficult mainly because during
Quick question:
that
what's the
period.
difference?
Well, there's a
One just means the
difference.
sky and outer space, and the other one means the habitation of God.
Habitation of God.
Eternity.
So anything that's evil, right, could not be within the habitation of God,
True.
right? So it makes sense that it's the second heaven, so to speak, or
Right,
like
sky or
sky,
space.
right?
Sure.
So now the battle happens in the sky. He gets casted down,
True.
and after that, right? I think he pursued the woman, and then the he pursued the woman. He didn't get the woman, and then I think Abaddon comes in and locks him away for a certain amount of years.
Yes, 1,000. But I think
Yes.
that's colloquial, not to be taken. 1,000 and
Yeah.
0.000 seconds. No, just yeah. Okay.
So from what I remember, I could be wrong, but from what I remember, that is kind of like the timeline of the whole thing. But
Yeah,
so
it is.
here's the weird thing, right? The things that made it stand out to me was the beast that comes up from the abyss, right? And plague, right? Abaddon is a angel that could basically destroy a ton using plague. A matter of fact,
Wait a second. What language does the word Abaddon come from?
the word Abaddon it's a Greek word. He wasn't given.
No. Not what is the New Testament written in. That's not the question.
Okay, you're asking me what the word comes from?
Yeah, what people does that word come from, and when they say it, what do they mean? And I have the same question for Apollyon.
Hold on,
Or Apollo, or Apollos.
but aren't they the Apollyon and I mean, I know it's supposed to mean angel of the abyss.
Abaddon is Hebrew, isn't it?
Abaddon is Hebrew. Now, when they say Abaddon, what do they mean?
Place of destruction.
It's the actual.
It's
I thought
destroying
it was
angel.
Sheol itself, not. Yeah, I thought it was the actual bottomless pit, not an actual angel or deity.
No, it's a destroying angel.
Yeah, it means this. I just checked it. It means destroyer.
Right.
Well, what I'm looking at is in the
what
Hebrew
does
Bible.
Apollo do? What's Apollo do in that religion?
Apollo.
Yeah, what's Apollo's main storyline?
Supposed to be like the sun god. Apollo. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. Apollo, Greek god.
Apollo, if I remember right, is the messenger, the harbinger, the bringer of the word.
Let's see.
And
He's
is also
recognized as a god of
destroyer.
archery, music, and dance, truth, prophecy, healing, and disease, the sunlight, poetry, and more.
Yeah, and more. In other words, he's a really big deal.
But typically, I mainly see him get associated with light and the sun.
But also the announcement and fulfillment of prophecy.
Let's see here. But anyways, that's what came to my mind when it comes to...
Besides, he's the messenger of Zeus. Zeus, in that paradigm, would represent the sun. So he can't be the son of Zeus. Do I have the right words?
Nah, you got it around the wrong way.
Yeah. That happens sometimes.
I feel you.
It does.
So I don't know. It's hard to figure out like as like individuals, because it's clearly talking about two individuals, and it's not
How
talking
about if
about them.
both you and I do a little bit of research on this, come back to this later, and get back to the central argument? How about that?
Thank
Okay,
you.
sure.
But
Wasn't
this was
asked
my
that.
fault, not yours. I'm not blaming you.
Okay.
Central
wanted to
argument,
ask
the
that.
syllogism, the two witnesses are Jesus in
Can you
end times,
can you
and
pull it
why
back
he's
up?
right in everything that he says. Sure, happy to.
Well, why does it refer to Jesus in the plural then?
Because the Bible often refers to Jesus as being dichotomous, as being two-sided, as being those things.
Such as the Son of God and or the Son of Man?
No.
Uh,
In the even in the
Well,
Old
that's one way
Testament,
that
you
it.
find
Yeah.
that he's
What's that?
always mentioned in the even in the Old Testament. They're mentioned in a plural sense.
Yes. It's. I mean, like, I'm not kidding you. It's all the time.
I thought it was weird as hell at first, but I understand now. The syllogism, can you pull it back up?
Oh, the syllogism. My fault.
Yeah.
Yes, happy to.
Okay. So
Sorry, you're gonna have to make it full screen, guys. No disrespect intended.
let's see, Christ is Jesus referred to as the two witnesses. As the two witnesses.
Yeah, that's where I'm stuck. I know Elohim can mean multiple gods, but in Judeo-Christian context, there's only one God.
Well, the problem, the problem that I see, it's a matter of like perspective and roles, right?
Well, let me ask you a few questions about Jesus. No, let me ask you a few questions about not Jesus. Aside from Jesus, who has the power to shut the doors of heaven or open them? Because I remember him saying, if I open the doors, no one can shut them. And if I shut them, no one can open them. So he's declaring that he has full power over whether or not somebody goes to heaven, right? So he can literally shut up the doors, right? Which we just read of the two witnesses. That he is killed by authorities, that he has everything that the Father put in his hands, including calling down angels or power over the plagues or all that stuff. So who besides Jesus has those abilities, has that kind of privilege? I mean, Moses
I want to
can't do that
say the
stuff.
Father.
The Father would, yeah. Good point. The Father would, yes.
The Holy Spirit as well. Although
Fair
I
enough.
don't think that the Holy Spirit could pass through the gate. I don't know if it could actually open it, but it could open it for itself.
That's pretty fair. I think that's fair, Theo. Okay, but the only problem you're going to have is, how do you kill the Father and the Holy Spirit? How are they dead 3.5 days? And how's that any part of the story anywhere where it's exactly the story of Christ?
Aren't they
good-
Jesus? Aren't
that-
they Jesus as well? So technically they would have gone through it, because being the Trinity, they technically went through it as well, because
Okay,
he did.
so
Richard,
in some philosophies, Theo, you could say something like the Father experienced it as if it happened to him. You could even say that, right? Or that the Holy Ghost experienced the crucifixion as if it happened to them. Of course, they'd still have to be able to separate it and say, well, that wasn't actually me. That was empathy and prayer and love and things like that. But you literally can't say the Father died on a cross.
The other problem is if they are the same person,
euphemism for
they would be testifying to themselves, which kind of doesn't make a lot of sense.
That's true. And Joel, you were trying to say something, but we have a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting. I'm trying not to, but just wanted to ask, is the 3.5 day reference a euphemism for when Jesus was in the grave and then rose again?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
That time frame.
I don't think it's coincidence
So
that it's precisely the
think
exact
again-
right amount of time.
Right. So the plurality is the thing that still holds me up. But
Well, if that's the only thing, I've done a great job.
I
So
agree.
the dimension. So the mention, I'm trying to find the first mention, because the lamp and the trees, they do have they have significant meaning,
Yes, they
right?
do.
So I'm trying to see the first
Like,
place it
I
was
am
mentioned.
the
It was,
tree, you are the branches. I
it
am the
was,
way, the truth, and the light.
let's see,
Are you talking about the
I think it was
two candle, the two lamps, and the
two lamps
two?
and the two trees.
Right.
So
Well, it depends on the translation, Sammy, but yeah, he's
that's
referred to.
all, in your opinion, that's all the same thing as the witnesses, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's all just referring to Jesus.
Well, it's all in the same verses, and it's not the first time they refer to Jesus in that dichotomous way, even calling him a plurality in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
Okay. So okay, so I found the answer, but it's not really an answer.
Answer to what? That's not an
So
answer.
it's Zechariah chapter 4. You pull up Zechariah
Okay.
chapter 4.
You want to share screen with us, or do you want me to do it?
I can hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I can.
If it's trouble for you, I'm more than happy.
No, you can just pull it up.
Okay. And it's Zechariah 4.
Chapter 4. Yeah, all of chapter 4.
You just want to see all of 4. Okay, hold on. Bringing it up now. Sorry, they only let me bring up one thing at a time. I can't even have it backstage and ready for you. Okay.
There you go. The golden lamps and the olive trees. And the angel that talked with me came again and waked me as a man that is wakened out of his sleep, and said unto me, what seest thou? Can we use the NIV? I don't want to read poetry, bro. ESV or
Okay.
NIV?
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm working on it.
Does thouest not liketh the oldest English?
I prefer it because it has more gut punch, but that's just me.
Okay, so it says, he asked me, what do you see? I answered, I see a solid golden lampstand. Don't judge me. With a bowl at the top and 7 lamps on it, with 7 channels to the lamps. Also, there are 2 olive trees by it, one on the right of the bowl and the other on its left. I asked the angel who talked with me, what are these, my lord? He answered, do you know what these are? No, my lord, I replied. So he said to me, this is the word of the Lord to Zerubbabel. Not by might nor by power, but by my spirit, saith the Lord Almighty, Adonai. What are you, mighty mountain? Before Zerubbabel, you will become level ground. Then he will bring out the capstones and shouts of God bless it, God bless it. Then the word of the Lord came to me. Right, so that's the second power.
It's Jesus.
Right?
That's the word.
So the hands of Zerubbabel have laid the foundation of this temple. His hands will also complete it. Then you will know that the Lord Almighty has sent me to you. Who dares despise the day of small things, since the 7 eyes of the Lord that range throughout the earth will rejoice when they see the chosen capstone in the hand of Zerubbabel? That is Revelation or end of days imagery right
Yes.
there. Then I asked the angel, what are, even Zachariah's all fucked up. He's like, what are these two olive branches? He doesn't say trees this time. He says branches inside the two gold pipes that pour out golden oil. He replied, the angel of the Lord replies, do you not know what these are? No, my lord, I said. So he said, these are the two who are anointed to serve the Lord of all the earth.
Do we need the
So
next chapter? Or is that not good enough? I mean, it's pretty explicit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
So the idea of the two olive branches, the two candlesticks, and I think it might even help. And I always suggest this to everyone. It is not accidental. These Hebrew words that did not get translated. Zerubbabel is bound to be a compound Hebrew word. Here it is, 2215 and 894. I find it helps if there's two to look them up in reverse order given. Go to the full etymology of it. Baal. You may recognize that word.
We were told to pronounce it Zerubbabel, and that it's actually just another name for Baal. Which, of course, in a very narrow Christian context, is just Satan. Yes. It's a false god. It's all Satan.
Yeah. This is to fodder or to overflow, specifically with oil, as in by a great blessing, that kind of an idea. That's the word here, Balal, not Balal. That's not the same word.
That's the word I was trying to say.
Yeah. And then the derivative, confusion by mixing, Babel. Okay. And then from there, 2215, the second idea, Zarab, which is to wax warm, to flow away. So this could be something like warm honey or a lava flow, either one, something like that, or a reference to the mountains melting like wax. Altogether, I do a conglomeration of these definitions and derivative words, and I think sown in Babylon is a poor translation. Well, yes, it's part of Babylon, absolutely. But more than that, it's referring to the destruction.
Zerubbabel is the character that leads the Israelites out of Babylon. Like he's the flow, right? He started the flow of people outside of Babylon. He was the one that led the 40,000 back to the promised land, basically. And he's
That's
also
funny because God
Judah.
says he does that.
Yep.
Just saying.
There was another correlation I got in what was the 7 reference in Zechariah?
7 spirits. The 7 spirits that go before the throne of the Lord in the book of Revelation, referring to the 7 spirits of God, meaning that they're cast out into the earth for, well, at least one to pick up on it. And I believe he's the one who has the 7 eyes.
Wasn't there 7 churches, though, as well, in Revelation?
Oh, now there's an interesting conversation, the 7 churches of Asia. I would recommend to anyone that they go back and read that again and look at how it's referring to itself in the third person, and that it knows very, very specific things. Some of the things can only be in reference to one person. And then when you look at the word he in the ending of all of them, to he that overcomes, I will give. That he is a second person singular, like you're pointing at a singular male person. And it can't mean a group. So if I said there was one that overcome, and he has promised a new stone with a new name that no one knows, that he would be seated at the right hand of the Father, that he would be dressed in white, that he would be, you know what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Hmm.
So the seven churches of Asia, and it says so at the beginning of the letters to the churches of Asia, are spirits of God making observations about the spiritual situation of someone, and and the candlestick is the church, and the angel is the spirit. It translates. I'm not even paraphrasing well. I should just read it again. It's been too long. But I think it's the seven spirits of God doing judgment of the one who overcomes, or the Christ. Which is why there's encouragements and also reprimands and also immense promises.
Yeah,
But
I like to use that reference.
fine.
It shows that even the first Christian churches, everybody got something wrong. So don't think too highly of ourselves today.
Right on. Right on. That's also true. But if there was a true thing and there were a liar, the liar wants nothing more than to hide those truths. So that's kind of predictable, actually. More
So,
arguments.
Go ahead.
Is Jesus the two trees beside the bowl?
He is the only true witness for that time of testimony.
Two witnesses.
Yeah, well, everyone has two witnesses. You have two witnesses.
What do you mean?
Well, think about it. What are your two witnesses? If I'm an atheist and you try to convince me that what you're saying is true and I should hold it valuable and I should consider it and maybe even adopt it, what would you tell me?
You are throwing
How
me
would
off.
you do that?
My first blush response to thought was empirical versus anecdotal evidence. Witnesses.
Okay, no, it's not what you don't represent. I mean, you do sometimes present anecdotal evidence. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so you do have two witnesses.
Is that what you mean? I mean, I don't know.
I think that that's what Jesus does. Look at the life of Christ. He gives physical evidence, and he tells about how good it is if you adopt this idea, how it's going to benefit you.
I would describe it as external and internal evidence. He shows us personally and externally, and it's extraordinarily deep. It's making me think in 5,000 different directions at once.
Yes. Yeah, it's good at that. Yeah. His writings are good at that.
So hold on a second. So Zerubbabel is the one that led them out of Egypt, right? He
Sure.
was kind of like Joseph, but he was of the Davidic bloodline. But he's from one of David's sons, who was cursed by Jeremiah, basically saying, none of your sons will sit on the throne. That specific line, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So he's not seen as a king, but he did lead the people out, and he initiated the building of the temple. So the
this
character,
temple is not built by hands; it's built by only the hands of Zerubbabel.
Yeah, but I'm not going to go into the mechanics of that. The point is, right? There is a reason why the temple was brought up in that conversation. And here's what we have. We have olive trees, we have temples, we have the lamps, right? Now we know who Zerubbabel is and his role. He led the 40,000 out, and he rebuilt the temple.
Right.
Right? And he's blessed by God. He was ordered by God to do that, right? So he was also one of the people who called the people back to God, like tell them, hey, you need to worship God and stuff like that, right? So he called them back to God. So I think we can argue that he is one of the witnesses. Because if you look back here, let me go back to Revelation.
When you're finished, Batman, I got a huge line of thoughts I'd like to share next.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's go back to the top. I was given a reed like a measuring out and was told, go and measure the temple of God and the altar with its worshippers. So there are worshippers in there, and he's supposed to go in there and do his measurements, right? But exclude the outer court, do not measure it, because it was given to the Gentiles. So the Gentiles have already been drafted in, right? I'm sure you guys know the visual representation about the drafting of the tree, right? Where you have the main tree, right? And then you have other branches being grafted onto that tree. Right? You
Right.
have a special olive tree, right? Which is one. And then you have another olive tree, which is wild. The wild olive tree is the Gentiles. The main olive tree is the quote unquote chosen people, like the Israelites, right? And so the branches from the wild olive trees will be grafted on to the main olive tree, right? So that's the imagery for the two olive trees. So the two olive trees became one, and this is why he asked about branches instead of two olive trees, right? Now,
Right. That's why in Zechariah he says branches instead the second time. Yeah.
yeah, right. So now the visualization is that you have the temple, you have the lamps, and you have the olive tree. The olive tree now becomes one tree, right? And you have other branches from the wild trees grafted onto it, right? Now, who brings the main tree back into focus, back to the temple, is Zechariah, right? Because if the main tree isn't good,
Yes.
then you cannot graft the wild trees on the main tree, right? And if you notice in the imagery, the Gentiles are there, right? The wild branches, right? And where it says here in verse 5, if anyone tries to harm them, fire comes from their mouths and devour their enemies. This is how anyone who wants to harm them must die. They have the power to shut up the heavens so it will not rain during the time of day they are prophesying, and they have the power to turn the waters into blood and strike the earth with every kind of plague they want.
By the way, those
Now,
first two things were plagues on Egypt
yeah. So
and also plagues in end times.
so 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 one person is someone who brings Israel back out of oppression. So Zerubbabel is one of the people who did that, right? Moses is one of the people who did that, right? Um, so it could be either one of them, right? Not only that, there are scriptures in the Bible where the actual prophets, like, they literally could not be touched, right? And they have the
Right.
power to call down fire from heaven, right? I think it's Isaiah that did this when one of King David's sons was sending soldiers to get him, right? And he said, Elijah, yeah, like, and he kept saying, anyone who doesn't do this or whatever, may they be consumed by fire, and fire comes from heaven and kills them, right? And he did that to two groups of guys, and the third group of guys, they didn't get consumed because the leader of the guys says, hey, I'm not coming here with any disrespect or any intentions to harm you,
Mm-hmm.
right? So can you please come with me? And that's when he went with them. They didn't get destroyed. So that's just an example. Um, um, where is it?
From now on, I'm just writing syllogisms and sending them to you.
Okay. So it says, now Now, when they have finished their testimony, right, after they're finished testifying, right, the beasts that come up from the abyss will attack them and overpower and kill them. So they do die,
Right.
right? Their bodies will lie in the public square of the great city, which is figuratively called Sodom and Egypt, where also their Lord was crucified. So there's two things I want to look up now. What does the beasts, who are the beasts from the abyss? Because there's two main beasts that I know about. You have Leviathan and you have Behemoth, right? And I do understand that depending on they mean like powers, right? But specific powers, right? So there's that. Um, um, their bodies will lie in the square of the great city, which is figuratively called Sodom and Egypt. So what does Sodom and Egypt have in common? Right?
Well, Sodom means scorched. And I'd like to look up the word Egypt from Old Testament, anywhere Old Testament. It doesn't much matter.
What was Egypt's actual name? It was
Because
Kemet, right?
Mitzrayim means separation. The Hebrew word Mitzrayim, or we got translated to Egypt, actually means separation.
Okay, so separation.
So it's scorched and separated, i.e., hell.
Okay, so let's pull it up here. So also, let's see, Sodom and Gomorrah,
How did I mess that up?
where also their Lord was crucified. Damn it. Because Egypt.
Oh, it's because up here, I keep missing it because up here they wrote Egypt, and down here they wrote Mitzrayim.
Sounds like
They
a name
didn't
from
use the
Lord of
word
the Rings,
Egypt.
doesn't
They
it?
messed up. They got a typo there. I'm scanning through and looking for the word Egypt and not recognizing that I already said what the word is.
Sounds like something out of Lord of the Rings, doesn't it? Mitzrayim.
Based in the word Metzor, in the idea of the sense of being limited or limitation. Metzor, something hemming you in, like a wall, a mound. Besiegers, abstractly a siege. Distress, to be fastened. Fastness, can't move. Hedged in, separated. There you go.
City wall.
Yeah, like a city. Well, yeah. See, but then when they got to the translation, they wrote "Land of the Copts." Doesn't tell you a damned thing. Isn't that horrible?
The Coptic Jews.
Dan Strait has pointed out a good problem that I see as well. If the two witnesses are going to die, and they're Jesus, are you saying that Jesus is going to be sacrificed again? Because I don't see that anywhere else in any support for that anywhere else in the Bible.
No, it's the first time. It's the first time.
Yeah,
the Hebrews and
I thought you'd go there,
Hebrew,
Richie.
Yeah, the Hebrew and the Islam is correct. It happens in end times. It doesn't happen 2,000 years ago. It didn't happen.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go there. Just clarifying.
Oh yeah. No, it's a good theological point, and thanks for bringing that up, Dan Strait.
I have a fairly interesting take that, again, may be completely off base, but it's making sense to me so far.
What you got?
That it's not talking about two Jesuses. It's not talking about two physical or spiritual whatever entities. It's talking about, like we hinted on a moment ago, evidence. You know, there's two different types of evidence. There's, like I mentioned earlier, there's empirical, there's anecdotal.
Sure.
Detective Wallace talks about in forensic evidence, there's direct and indirect evidence. And so these two witnesses it's a euphemism for the body of knowledge that is the testimony, aka witnesses of God. And there's all kinds of other biblical references about how God makes everything plain and clear, that nobody has any excuse. Everybody knows God exists. But
They will in those days.
Well,
even like Romans says, even right now. But so it's not talking about people necessarily, or like I said, like an entity. It's talking about body of knowledge. And when it says that these two bodies of knowledge dies, that makes me think of how again in the end days, the Satan or whatever, the
People will be
spiritual
saying
enemy.
good is evil, evil is good, denying obvious truths. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, if that's what you're getting at.
Well, more succinctly, there's supposed to be a moment where even the saints are deceived, as Jesus was worried. And so,
Well, the saints would be deceived if it went on long enough.
Would that be a euphemism, the saying that the two bodies of knowledge, aka these two witnesses, are the beast? And we've seen the Kirk Cameron movies, where the whatever you call it, enemies of God, they make a global broadcast, they just convince everybody, God's dead and all this crap. And so for a few days, that 3.5 days, the truth, these witnesses, this body of knowledge, the science of God is buried, is forgotten, is totally rejected. And there's a brief moment on earth where, the enemies of God finally get their way. But then,
so here's what I'm going to suggest for you, Joel.
But then the
take
knowledge,
that idea set that you just presented
revived.
there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go look into the definitions of the words and look at the overall context. Never mind the translation. Go look at the actual words and see if your theory can work.
Well, that's what I've touched on already. The idea of a witness is not necessarily an individual. And also the references to Sodom and Egypt and the city that Christ was murdered in, to me, that's necessarily stretching across space and time. It's not talking about those three specific references. It's talking about all time. Well, at least all time on Earth. It's
talking. I think it's talking about all times of Earths. Actually,
right, yeah. But the point is, I mean, and there's an awesome multiple linear meaning that you helped bring up about scorched separation, but at the same time, I think it's talking about the long term, or just it's a long reach time time reference, not necessarily any single moment in time. Talking about all of human history.
Yes, I believe there's a lot of it like that, more than people realize.
So that's what makes sense to me so far. It's the knowledge of the truth of God, and it's buried temporarily for a few days, and then it just truth. You can't hide truth, for very long, and it gets re-revealed, and so that's what's talking about. These witnesses are resurrected, and the fire coming out of their mouths. It's not talking about a physical being, fire breathing person. It's talking about how the truth, is just the truth. There's nothing you can do, and the truth of God and the witness of God, the knowledge of God, it's everything. There's no way to argue with it. It's
when things are obvious in your face, and if you're not crazy. Go ahead, Odin.
Big yes.
So I think the two persons there are Enoch and Elijah.
Okay, why?
So I'm looking at this from a perspective of roles, right? So both of them did miraculous things, right?
Both are translated.
They both did prophesying just like these men, right? They were both hated by the population that surrounded them.
Sure.
Those people wanted to kill them. And both of them went up to heaven without dying.
That's true.
Now, Now, in order for them to be perfected, they would have to die.
Why do you
Right?
say that?
That correlates with the verse that says that it's appointed for man for once to die, and yeah.
So
Wait. Like, let me give you some pushback on that.
mhm.
They were on the earth at one point, both of them. They were both understanding prophets of God, served God. They both ascended, flesh and all, never did die.
They got beamed up.
Did they accept Christ?
Yeah, because they accepted the two powers. By accepting the
Yahweh.
two powers, you accept Christ.
Okay,
Mhm.
so they did
So
accept Christ. And what does
yeah,
Christ say about believing in him and dying afterward?
those that believe in me will not surely die, but have everlasting life.
So, okay, that's ruled out. Next.
No. That's not literal. It's not talking about the first death, because in the Bible there are two deaths,
Yep.
right? And there are
Okay, if
two
we're going to have to, yeah,
resurrections,
sure.
right?
Wait, two
It-
resurrections. Not
yes.
of one person.
When okay, before the 1,000 year period, right? There is a resurrection where people will be resurrected, and every knee shall bow, every tongue shall praise,
Let's be
and
very,
everyone will.
very specific. There's 3 resurrections in the Bible. There's the resurrection of Christ, the first and second resurrections. Yeah?
No. I'm talking about in Revelation,
I am
right?
too.
Just okay.
There's
So
a second resurrection. I'm asking how you read that.
the second resurrection happens when Christ in his Super Saiyan form busses out the book of life and the
Really,
book of
Odin?
death. Might as well
Wait,
call
that's
it. You
totally,
look.
hold on, that's totally valid. That is just another religion in another part of the world saying the same thing.
No. It happens. It happens chronologically, because this. So the last resurrection, right?
Yeah.
And the last death happens after the 1,000 year period, the quote unquote 1,000 year period. After that's ended, and
Okay.
when the dragon is thrown into
To the pit of hell.
into the pit. No, not the pit.
Right.
In the lake of fire. Not the pit. In the lake of fire. And
Well,
that.
yeah, well, that's an eventuality once he's in the pit, yeah. But okay.
So once he's thrown into the pit, right? He then, you see the imagery of Christ coming up in the Super Saiyan form, and he has the two books, and he declares that if your name is in the book of life, right, you will live forever in the new Eden, new Earth amalgamation, right? And if
Outer
your name is
Shalom.
not in, yeah, if your name is not in the book, if your name is not in the book, right, means it's in the other book, then you're not going to live, you're going to die. So when that period happens, right, every being would essentially be awakened, whether it's physically or non-physically, if that makes any sense, right?
I mean, you can hold to non-physical. I know what you mean.
Yeah. So so that's what I'm saying, right? There are two deaths, right? But
Wait, there are
everyone.
2 deaths, but you said 2 resurrections. Let's not flip it in the middle of the explanation.
No, so the two resurrections take place when the first coming, right? And literally every knee shall bow, every tongue shall praise, right? That means even the dead people will be raised from the dead, so they can do that, and
That's
everyone
fine.
would yeah, right?
Yeah.
After the 1,000 year period, right? Because remember, there are still people alive in that period, and people will die within that period. People do not have
Okay, you
eternal
finally
life.
said it. Good. I'm good.
Yeah.
Let me see if I got this right.
Okay.
Main body of people, including those who died in the past. C will give up their dead. First resurrection.
Yes.
Second resurrection. People who ain't sure. But they warm up to it.
Yeah, that's essentially what it is, right?
Okay, that's what I think too. Okay.
Because in that 1,000-year period, in the city, the main city, and the other cities of God, right? The war when the dragon comes to wage war against those cities, it's not by himself; it's with other
Correct.
people, and all of those other
Correct.
people will be completely destroyed and thrown in the lake as well, right? So this is what I'm saying, right? In or- El- in Elijah and Enoch, they were not born
I got
again.
this, Jimmy.
They were not born again, and
That-
so that
That was weird. I didn't do anything.
Oh, well then my finger might have had a twitch. Who knows? Okay, finish it up. Go ahead, Batman.
yeah. So because they didn't, since they didn't die to be reborn again, right? The fire that comes when they are killed, right? They are basically going to be resurrected. And you notice what it says: when they are resurrected, they are immediately taking up to heaven.
40 days later.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's why I think it's Elijah and it's Enoch, because all of those things that those men that was mentioned, right? Both those men did those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, they're the only holy ones at that point that exists, right? The only folks that would be anointed, because there wouldn't be any more prophets that will come about, right? So
Okay.
it would make sense that it would be prophets that already existed. They're not new. And the only prophets that already existed that's
All
still
right, love
alive
you. You're starting to repeat yourself.
is okay.
Okay.
Enoch and Elijah. We got
End times teacher. What do you think of the syllogism?
How's everybody doing tonight? Hopefully everybody can hear me. I just
Hear you
tuned in.
just
I
fine.
saw there was I just saw there was a link, so I didn't get to hear very much of the discussion. All I heard was somebody was talking about, rapture and that in 40 days people go to heaven. That's really the last thing I caught as I was joining on here.
Well, then let's
So
review for you what you missed
Yeah.
so you can catch up with the conversation.
put up the graphic.
We will bring up a graphic and we will pander to you specifically. Okay. Hold on, Jimmy, just a second
Yeah,
here.
we're gonna
Pandering
pander
sounds
to you,
such like
bro.
a potentially negative word.
Nah,
Cater.
Depends on how you
pandering
want
is
to take it.
fine.
Let's cater to him.
Pander, cater.
That
I don't
sounds
see a
gay.
great difference there. Sorry. Okay, so there it is. I'm going to read it to you. Granting that you understand what a syllogism is and that if 1 and 2 cannot be argued and are connected and conclusion follows, and A and B are true, then C must be, thereby one must accept it. Christ Jesus sufficiently fulfills specific prophecies no other biblical personality fulfills by being the God-man and everything that's attached to that. The two witnesses of the great day sufficiently fulfill the prophecies necessary to be identified as the Christ Jesus and everything that goes with that. And thereby Christ Jesus is being referred to as the two witnesses of the great day of the Lord, or end times.
okay,
First thoughts?
I'm caught up with it.
And the floor is yours.
Oh, comment on it. Well, right now I don't have nothing to comment on it. I'll just let everybody continue the conversation from where they left off. But after you show me it, I can get the gist of what's being spoken of.
Okay, so that's the overall conversation and all the repercussions thereof and what is and isn't plausible from within the context of the Bible as we each understand it, each making their own argument by the context they understand.
I've got a challenge for Batman.
Fight me, bro.
So if it's Enoch and Elijah, remember these two prophets control everything. They are more powerful than the four horsemen.
You're asking me if they're more powerful?
No, according to Revelation, they are. They control literally everything. So if it is Enoch and Elijah, then I think it would have to be granted that they are literally given the keys to the kingdom, so to say.
I mean, I don't understand that part because I'm
Well, these
looking
two
at it right
witnesses,
now.
it's far more than just
Yeah.
breathing fire. It said something about how they control the plagues. They control. They basically do
Yeah,
everything.
prophets can do that. Yeah,
Well, in
they
my mind, it's
prophesy.
God, and that's where I think Richard's getting his syllogy from. Is that it's God that's the witnesses, and God, of course,
So
does everything. So
so remember, they are a conduit for which God operates, right? So when take for example, I keep mixing up the prophets. I think it's Isaiah
well,
when he went.
and I take that back because you did mention you correlated Elijah bringing the fire from heaven down on Baal's priests. So
Yep.
there's a correlation there with him breathing fire. So okay, yeah. I don't know about Enoch. I don't think Enoch played with any fire that I remember, but still,
Nah,
I
he
guess
did do miracles and all of that
yeah,
stuff, but that's DLC content as far as I'm concerned.
DLC. Very cute.
Let's just
Love it.
say
I
it
love
gives
it.
context to other things.
Oh yeah.
Um, I mean, I'm trying in my head. That's the conclusion that I come to, but I'm kind of like trying to figure out, okay, how do I like falsify that? Because the problem that you run into, right, is that did Elijah graft any Gentiles into Israel?
Well, I believe his primary mission even was to try to convert and or destroy the priests of Baal, right? And Jezebel and all
Yeah,
that stuff. His enemies. Yeah.
yeah.
He tried to make peace with Jezebel, I think, at one point before she tried to murder him. And he
Because
ran
they
off to the
didn't.
mountains.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I get your point, but like the miracles that they do, that's not necessarily a problem, right? They can, because one of the prophets, Elisha, I think, like he split a river and let people walk through, right? So he has the power to turn the waters and probably turn the waters in blood. Um, uh, they another one can like pray to God and have God stop a plague.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah. You're right because it's not like all these. It's not like these prophets all have special individual powers. They're not superheroes. We all do all these
yeah,
things through God.
they do the things. They
Yeah,
do the things that
from
yeah, they're just performing stuff that God wants them to do,
yeah.
right? But here's the interesting part, right? Because it says here in Revelation 11 verses 8, right? After they've been killed by the beast, right?
Mm-hmm.
By the beast, right?
5 days. Mm-hmm.
Now the beast is not a literal beast. It seems like it's other people, right?
Or a 3D
Other
hologram.
people who are against them. And how you notice is that uh, or you can draw that conclusion, I think, is that it says here, their bodies will lie in the public square of the great city, which is figuratively called Sodom and Egypt, where also their Lord was crucified. For 3.5 days, some from every people, tribe, tongue, and nation will gaze on their bodies and refuse to bury them. The inhabitants of the earth will gloat over them and will celebrate by sending each other gifts because those two prophets had tormented those who live on the earth. So people don't like those prophets, right? Same way they didn't like Enoch, same way they didn't like Elijah, right? But after 3.5 days, the breath of life from God entered them, and they stood up on their feet, and terror struck those who saw them. Then they heard a loud voice in heaven saying to them, come up here, and they went up to heaven in a cloud, while their enemies looked on. Here's the interesting thing: Jonah died for 3 days, and he was resurrected.
So did Jesus.
Exactly. That number 3 is important. that happens to prophets of the Lord, right? Who die, who's supposed to get resurrected, they all get resurrected after 3 days.
Remind me how many days Lazarus was dead? 2, 3 days?
I don't remember. How many days? Let me check. How many days was
Probably not important. I apologize.
Lazarus dead? So it says here Lazarus has been dead 4 days.
Yeah.
Right. But Lazarus was not a prophet of God.
He's a friend.
So this is why I think it makes the most sense that the word witnesses are important, because those guys are the people who literally witness heaven, like are in heaven, who did not die.
Yeah, till they came down and prophesied or whatever,
They
witnessed.
prophesied again, and then they got killed when they were prophesying, because the people around them didn't like what they were prophesying.
Yeah, which again I think correlate. It helps preserve Scripture, the Word of God, because again there's a Bible verse that says that it is appointed unto man once to die and then judgment. So that's there once to die.
Yeah, but if they're prophesying, right, the inclination is that they're prophets. But the Bible also says there won't be any other prophets after Jesus, right?
Well, I don't know if you're catching what I'm trying to say is that if those two guys never died and they just were translated and were never killed or whatever, that someone could argue, well, that breaks the Word of God, because the Word of God says that all men will die once and then judgment. So God brings them back down after giving them a nice vacation in heaven, and they die. So that preserves Scripture, as I'm trying to.
No, the judgment happens after the 1,000 years. That's when the judgment takes place.
I think there's, not to say two judgments, but there's the judgment whether you're in the book of life or not, and then there's 1,000 years, and then that's that war.
The books. Jesus busts out the books. That's how I like to call it. He busts out the books after the 1,000 years, after the defeat of the dragon and all of the bad people, basically. That's when he busts out the books, and that's the actual judgment there.
I thought the first judgment was who gets to go into the lake of fire and stay there for 1,000 years.
No,
and then they're let back out.
No, that is not it.
Okay, it's a different Bible study.
So, to be fair, people conflate those two things, those two events. What you realize is that things are happening in a chronological order, because after the death and everything bad or is destroyed and thrown into the lake of fire, right? There is no mention of any redemption after that. It straight up goes to visualization talking about the new earth, and heaven and earth essentially becoming one, right? And everyone who is in the book of life, they will be glorified and they'll be with God, type thing. Like you can actually stand in front of God without being destroyed or whatever. That's what happens chronologically. So this is why. So I think that it makes the most sense for it to be those two men, because they're the only ones who's still alive right now as humans.
Right. Well, if I may help summarize them, we got three main competing arguments or whatever conclusions. We got Richard thinking that the two witnesses are Jesus. You're thinking it's Enoch and Elijah, these two men, as you just put it. And I'm wondering if it's just a euphemism for, the scientific evidence of God, basically. So, knowledge of God.
I think Jesus is going to point that out to people, and I don't think you're Jesus, but I think that's one of the things he's going to refer to.
I think there's more to the symbolism here going on, because from my understanding, the olive branches are meant to represent the church. from every reference I've ever gotten and been taught in church, the olive branch has always been the church, symbol of the church, and the candlesticks are the symbol of the light of God, which is Jesus himself. And because the witnesses are both, it's leading me to think that we're talking about the two foundational things to the church, which is the word and the spirit. And it would make sense of the symbolism as the why those two things would die as the backbones of the church, and those who are rejoicing are all those who are outside the church because they've been persecuted by the church for such a long time. So it's Jesus and the church is my proposition.
That's interesting.
No
I mean, I
problem.
think, I think I wouldn't necessarily say the church. I would say I would use the word family of Jesus, so to speak. I use that word mainly because
It's the same thing, man. It's the same
yeah,
thing to
you
them.
can just say the same thing. All right. I the only problem, the only reason why I'm somewhat torn on it is because you the main tree, right? Or I guess it would be the main people who saw God, right? Who interacted with God. And then you have the branches. The branches are typically um, depicted as the Gentiles. And the idea is that you want to, the goal was to draft the Gentiles, bring the Gentiles into the church, right? Like into Christ, right? Um, so that imagery is like stuck in my head, and like that's how I kind of understood that. And reading Zechariah, um, and how the imagery changed the second time he looked, right? It seems like that's really what it's depicting, because the piece of scripture there in Revelation, it mentioned the Gentiles, and it didn't mention the Gentiles in a bad connotation. It mentioned them as being part of the church.
Well, that brings
So
up,
that's why I
is it
don't really
Ephesians?
disagree with you. Hmm?
Is it? I forget exactly where it is, but there's a verse that says there's no longer, Jew or
No longer Jew
Gentile,
or
male or female.
Gentile. Yeah, but this is why the tree is so important, right? Because the olive tree, that is the main olive tree, it's no different than any other olive tree. And that's why you're able to graft the wild olive trees onto it, basically saying we're all human, right? You being a Hebrew doesn't make you special. It doesn't make you more or less saved than anyone else, right? And it just reinforces that Jesus does want to save everyone. God wants everyone to be within him. That's basically what it's reinforcing. But I do get your point, theological interest, bro. Can I get a short version of your name? Theologic.
Theo, whatever.
Theologic. I think that sounds cool.
But yeah. So the reason I say this is because when I hear people talking about the church, they don't talk about it as a building. They talk about it as a family, like you said.
As a family,
And
yeah.
and the concept of bringing the Gentiles back into the family. Sorry about my dinosaur. Yeah, bringing the Gentiles back in. Yeah, bringing the Gentiles back into the family, to make them part of the olive tree, and the symbolism of like when Zechariah looks at it, the olive branches are pouring, like I guess, the fuel onto the light of God, Christ. It's sort of you can't exclude Jesus from being a part of it because of the candlestick symbolism. Like that's all the way the churches teach it. So I have to go with their traditions in a sense.
I don't think you actually need the traditions. I think it's said often enough ways it's unmistakable, where some things are not so simple.
And there are so many just multiple subtle depths. I don't know how to describe it accurately. There's so many multiple meanings to everything in the Bible. I don't think tradition can ever apply. that we're constantly learning new things.
No Tyndale, no
Multiple-
Shakespeare.
Constantly
true.
learning layers and layers of different information.
Yeah, and I mean the Bible tends to instill double imagery in a lot of it. So
More than double, yeah.
for all we know, right, there's not even a dichotomy.
Right. Well, this conversation alone is showing that, I think. We're multiple meanings.
Okay, free for all. Next topic.
I kind of still want to go through this. I'm not even gonna lie.
No, I'm going to say to you the same thing I said to Joel. Go and look at the original words and the way the early Christians would have looked at it when you have to refer to the Greek. So sorry, the Greek's in the way. But it's referring to ancient Christian religion, not Greek religion. So take that into consideration and see if your theory works.
So that's what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying I'm right. I think it probably makes the most sense. I'm not drawing this imagery from New Testament stuff, right? I'm only talking about characters from the Old Testament and imagery that's from the Old Testament. Right?
Making good correlation, I think, from past prophets.
Yeah. So that's why I'm convinced, because I don't recall in the New Testament really pointing anything out that has to do with those prophets. And if anything, it kind of states that there won't be any other prophets, right? No new prophets anyways. So it would make sense that it would be old prophets that are prophesying. So therefore, if there are old prophets that are prophesying, the only two old prophets that's technically, I guess, that's still alive are just those two dudes. Now, the representation, what they are representing and prophesying, that's important. Does it
in what they can do?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're doing things in the Lord's name, right? I don't know if it's specifically referring to the Father or the Son.
Actually, Old Testament, when you refer to them the first time, you can say they were doing things in the Lord's name. In the two witnesses, you can't derive that. In fact, it says the opposite, that they do these things.
So they are the ones that are prophesying, and they're are the ones that they're acting independently.
No, I'm not independently of each other. They're acting independent of heaven. They're in charge.
It's like they're God.
No, them being independent of heaven doesn't necessarily mean they're in charge, because when they were killed, they were brought up to heaven.
Well, yeah, after the rest of the testifying, after the 40 days, yeah.
Yeah. So, because remember, even when they died, right? It says here that pretty much everyone hated them, and they hated them because the people. Well,
in context, that makes sense. After the first resurrection, when all the believers have already resurrected and all that's left is unbelievers. By the way, every story in the Old Testament is exactly that. That they only run across unbelieving. Then of course everyone there doesn't believe.
So, do you remember in our last conversation where I kind of noted a few things that when
I want to bring that back up, because I think you honestly and unconsciously wiggled around something. But go ahead.
Okay. So remember, I was talking about whether or not people would be able to repent during that time, right? Regardless.
Got a new name for Theo, Alfalfa.
Alfalfa?
He had one hair sticking straight up. Or one little clump of hair sticking straight up. It was kind of cute.
That's funny.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, when you and Batman are done, I do have a new topic change for you. You're done.
Good.
All right. So remember when the last time I was in the chat, well, the time before the last, we were talking about people repenting, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was nothing in the scripture that suggested that before the books were bust out and the judgment takes place, that people wouldn't be able to repent, right? So if you're God and you want people to repent, despite the fact that they see you, right, and they see all this stuff going on, right? You have to get other people to prophesy to them, right? And once they prophesy and they see all of these miraculous things, there's two things that's going to happen, right? They're either going to hate you even more, right? Or they're going
to come to realize what the truth is.
Exactly. So I think that those prophets, those two men, are men who are helping those who are rejecting the truth to accept the truth so they can be in God. But once they were killed, right, God is like, okay, you did your thing, now you get to come to heaven.
But there's a bunch who don't die to go to heaven. It doesn't actually make sense. That's not a requirement.
No. I'm talking about just those two men.
Yeah, I mean, I heard you. I think you said their assignment would be complete in their death and resurrection.
Yes.
Well, I agree. The assignment is complete in the death and resurrection. I agree.
That's
I don't
funny.
need to say any more about that. Okay, Joel.
Go ahead, Joel.
Okay, so I've read the first few pages of your David and Goliath document, which is incredibly epic and more thorough than I think. I mean, your use of language is more in depth than I think a lot of the rocket science research stuff I've done.
Dude, I always scored the highest on every test in language mechanics. I'm serious. In language mechanics, there was nobody.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah, and it's taken me a long time to really. I'm thoroughly enjoying it and just analyzing it. Yeah, the layers upon layers. So I'm still. I have not had time to go through all the hundreds of pages yet. But I'm already having questions just from the conversations in the past, and so my topic would be, because first I was wondering, if there's any solid thoughts you might have on end time triggers. But then I was thinking,
end time triggers, the signs of end times.
Well, that in correlation with the topics of living on multiple planets, multiple Earths, which of course, that's what SpaceX is. Their focus is on trying to humanity get toward, multiplanetary. Yeah. So I'm curious: are we going to have to, in theory, can we expect end time trigger points to be when we're living on other planets, as we're trying to do now, or something else?
Okay, so first, I would make some arguments for there already being multiple Earths inhabited by human beings simultaneously, because apparently the cyclical nature of end times happens on an Earth about every 1,000 years. But we've already been here more than 1,000 years. We should have been gone by now if it wasn't overlapping. Okay, so the angels have an end times every 1,000 of their years, whatever that means, because I don't even know what it means to be outside of what time means outside of a gravity well. I have no idea, and neither does anyone else. But
1,000 days is a yeah.
1,000 years is as a day, whatever that means. And I don't take it down to the millisecond that's precise. I think
that's biblical science confirming that time is relative.
Yeah, which was asserted Old Testament, by the way.
Right.
Just by the way, for people who think that it's written by ancient Bronze Age goat herders who knew nothing.
Wow.
Okay.
They probably didn't know anything, but they got it right.
They didn't know anything, but somebody told them something.
Right.
That's my assertion, that somebody told them something. Okay, so I'm gonna read the abstract. I think it's on.
The abstract of your document.
Yeah. There was some common objections. I didn't do it like a real like a real paper. I just kind of I didn't follow all the rules.
Hey,
Um,
Richard, can you send me the rewritten syllogisms that you were writing earlier? I want to look at them
the
for the
rewritten
previous.
syllogisms that I was.
Yeah, you said you were
Yeah, I'll
rewriting
send
it.
you a link to all the syllogisms. I'll just do that.
Okay.
Okay. So I wrote it as the assertion, and then somebody complained and said, "Oh, you don't even have an abstract." The assertion is the abstract. You
Well,
goofball, but what the
abstracts
heck?
are
I
for
put
lazy
the word
people. How's that?
abstract there. What's that?
Abstracts are for lazy people. How's that?
Yeah. Okay. So here's the abstraction. The story of David and Goliath, contained within the Old Testament and further editions of the Bible, can be interpreted as stellar bodies within our solar system and their forced interactions. You might recall the warring gods, the stars from several religions. As soon as I say that, I hope you do. And
Yeah, Mars itself is the god of war. Yeah.
yeah. Well, he's involved in the war.
Yeah.
And that evidence exists for the characters in the story of David and Goliath to be interpreted as the sun, Saul, and the interstony planets and the asteroid belts and Jupiter and the Jovian moons. Jovian moons were found by Galileo Galilei, and the idea was published and not even popular in 1611, 1 year after the compilation and publishing of the King James Version of the Bible.
If I may
To
interject,
include an honorable mention of the balance of the planets in the solar system. Yes, all 9 planets are mentioned in the story of David and Goliath. This interpretation creates a scenario for the initial driving causation and forced interactions of those same stellar bodies, having plausibility in chemical theory, electrical theory, and gravitational theory, which could result in a series of observable events which align to further biblical verses describing what are called, colloquially, the announcing miracles of the coming of God. That the story, David and Goliath, justifies what caused the changes prophesied in the text. That is to say, the prophecies answer what, and David and Goliath answer how. This interpretation is accomplished through identification of stellar bodies by textual description of story characters, application of the storyline and actions of those biblical characters within the story to those same stellar bodies. They identify initiating a series of causes and effects, with the first cause originating from outside of our solar system, I believe literally ejected toward us from heaven. Identifying how those interactions would be visually discerned by people of this earth, then matching what those events would look like from the perspective of people on this earth to the descriptions of the prophecies contained within the book of Revelation of Jesus Christ by John the Revelator. I am not attempting here to give evidence to what the book of Revelation of Jesus Christ by John the Divine is intended to do. Additionally, I am asserting by default that translations of these verses, Hebrew words, into the names we know as these characters by, instead of having the literal translations of those places and things distracted from the understanding of the story. That the original Hebrew words lend clarity to the story as their actual definitions fit quite neatly into those stories under this presented view. Presently, the practice of applying the literal translation of these words seems to be a hobby of the Bible enthusiast and not applied to the text seriously. Perhaps the practice is ill-advised amongst teachers and preachers, and possibly that is due to the conflict such application creates within mainstream dogmatic understanding of the text. I subscribe to no such religious presuppositions.
Mr.
There's
Richard,
the abstract.
I was hoping to interject to add something to your,
Go ahead.
I don't know what you would call it, your evidential claim here about the correlation of solar bodies with the biblical context.
Mhm.
As a matter of fact, it was just last October, 2023. NASA's was it the OSIRIS-REx probe? The data is just now starting to become public. One of the asteroid that it landed on and it brought samples back from last year is in such a high carbon and water content, as it had liquid water on it, that it's, the cursory speculation is, yeah, maybe it once supported life, but the even broader spectrum range is that it's evidence of a actual planet that not only supported life, but the carbon content is so high, so artificially high, that it probably means technology, and that the asteroid belt is a destroyed planet in some interplanetary war. Further correlating to what you talked about. Crickets.
I'm sorry, I was responding to someone in chat. It's not that I'm ignoring you. It's just my brain is
Oh,
busy with something
alright.
for a moment. Sorry.
I was trying to talk, but my mic was muted. Oh, go ahead.
Well, that won't work out.
I
At
have a
least not for the
question.
rest of us.
If what you're saying is true, what's the point of the hypothesis? I guess, like, what's the
Point of
end
the-
goal? Yeah.
Oh, it's to-
thesis, or
It's to explain. This story is to explain to people what they were literally. I'll give you a for instance. The quote unquote face of God, which no man has seen, is explained in this story, and that all will see. Okay. And by all it means all on the earth. Okay. So it turns out if you play David and Goliath in our near solar system, it's the realization, or part of it, is the realization of Jupiter as a short-term star. Okay? That is the fiery face of God that no one has ever seen before.
So with Jupiter, it can only become a star if you increase its mass by 8 or 18 times or something. It will ignite into a star, a brown star.
You're saying how could it be ignited due to just sheer mass? That's one way.
yeah,
Yeah. Oh, how else would you do that?
you can ignite it.
Chemical interaction. There's a few different ways that it could be ignited as a star. Now sheer mass is one of those ways.
Chemical interaction that causes the fusing of two atoms.
Let me explain it for you. 71% liquid metallic hydrogen by volume. Okay, so the mass of the thing, 71%. Of course, the gas is fluffy, and the liquid metallic hydrogen is dense. It's not fluffy, right? So you have a lot of atmosphere over Jupiter, making its total size. But the gravitational pull is because there's so much hydrogen there. Okay, now the outer atmosphere is methane, ammonia, and hydrogen. That's a pretty nasty cocktail, if you know anything about chemistry. So the story of David and Goliath has David run to the giant, or the planet Mercury dislodged from its orbit. It collides with the silvery moon, the sword of the giant, and it cuts off his head, which is the brassy-looking moon, or Io. Now, Europa, the silvery-looking one, is a water moon having 5/3 as much water as this Earth. I didn't say that backwards. That's correct. Yep. Okay. The moon Io is 90% yellow sulfur, 10% iron, volcanically and electrically active. We see tornadic and lightning events all over it. So it is, if it just had oxygen, and that's all Io needs, it would just burst into flames. It's ready, like now.
And Europa is full of oxygen.
Yes, okay. That's what I'm getting at. So if Mercury at 3,800 kilometers a second, yes, Apollo is fast. Or David runs around Saul several times very quickly in the story, unreasonably quickly for the distances he's covering. If he collided with Io, and those smashed objects went toward, with Europa, and those smashed objects, right, including electrolysis, freeing even more oxygen from the water and more hydrogen, went into Io and collided with Io, then Io would be also broken into parts, and you would have literally great balls of fire all around Jupiter getting sucked in by that huge gravitational pull, igniting the outer atmosphere. Now, if you simultaneously ignited the outer atmosphere of Jupiter, or even close to simultaneously, what would that create? You'd have a big, expansion, both away from and toward the planet, and in all directions. But when that hits liquid, you get a hydraulic effect. what would the hydraulic effect do? You would have an ever increasing in effectiveness with the same amount of energy going into the planet. If you thought of it in shells, let's say that two-thirds of the way in is half the size, roughly speaking. That's true. Okay, so you now have as much pressure on two-thirds of the surface as you did on the total outside surface. Keep going down, going down, going down. When that pressure wave hits the core, it would be much more than 81 times the present mass, weight, pressure in the core of that planet.
So
You get the idea.
I got two things to add for you, Richard.
Hold on. Can I just add to that, basically?
Yeah, it's really interesting stuff.
So here's the kicker. So first of all, hydrogen is flammable.
Yeah.
Right?
You still need an oxidizer.
But liquid hydrogen is even more flammable.
It's insane.
And Jupiter has a liquid hydrogen ocean.
Yes.
So if the ocean is even more flammable, and the gas, and like 90% of Jupiter is hydrogen. So if you were to ignite, if a big enough object goes in,
Like Io?
that's flammable.
Io's a big giant spark, yeah.
How about 500 million tons of 90% sulfur? How about that?
Hot sulfur.
Hot sulfur.
Yeah.
Io's very hot.
Like it's not good enough. It's sulfur.
What I wanted to add, if I could, guys, to make it even more interesting, is that there's very good speculation that Jupiter does have a solid hydrogen core, which is extremely dense. And again, Europa would be an excellent oxidizer. You don't even have to have any collisions, Richard. All you need to do is have any kind of significant object.
Well, they have to lose their orbits. That's why you need the
That's
collision.
what I'm going to say. You just something that just interacts even briefly nearby. Even a passing asteroid can slow down the orbits enough to
Make
cause
them collide.
to make them lose orbit. And you get a significant enough oxidizer, get a significant enough spark, and if the core is solid, that is such a high flash point that could easily start critical mass for fusion reactions.
Yeah, I think it's totally plausible. No problem with the science and physics, chemistry, stuff we know.
It may not
we're
last
really
long.
sure of. What's that?
If Jupiter, like was it 2001 Space Odyssey? If Jupiter does go nova, basically, it might not last long compared to our sun or whatever, but still it will turn into a star.
According to the prophecy, and also this explains so much. Like if we were in a binary solar system between the two light sources, which we would be in that scenario, would you be able to see less stars in the night sky because of light interference, light pollution from Jupiter? Obviously. Would it be about a third? Yeah, it probably would be about a third. Would that smite the shadow on the moon? Yes, it would.
Get that in the city lights alone, much less another star.
Right. So, I mean, it's literal plausible justification of all of the announcing miracles and in the correct order. Oh, and by the way, I had written that down before I'd ever read the book of Revelation and those prophecies. So I already understood how they would be performed before I ever read that they existed.
Nice.
I mean, to be fair though,
Very
right?
cool.
Like, so yeah, Jupiter is going to be very bright, but it's not gonna have like a ton of gravitational interference, probably.
Well, the mass remains pretty much the same.
Yes, it will.
Well,
It straight up will. Jupiter already has a massive effect on all the orbits in our solar system.
Sure, and we need that. We don't need that to go away suddenly, that's for sure.
No.
If you start adding mass to Jupiter, just even some of the moons, it's got 96 moons. You start pulling those in, it'll start pulling in the asteroid belt. A chain reaction. Our stars could become what is it called? Binary system.
Wait. Theo, I want to remind you of some of the story. Remember what you just said, and listen to the following. And when David killed the giant, The army of Israel ran away, and the army of the Philistines chased. That's the inner and outer asteroid belt.
Ooh.
Yeah, well, it could throw things out of the solar system as well very easily. It does consistently.
That's what it's
all
saying.
the
It's
time.
saying that it's going to get pretty crazy out there.
Because Jupiter has a pull on the sun. The sun moves in our solar system. It's not completely still.
Right. It's in a wobble.
Yeah, and if you start adding mass to Jupiter, you can start to cause a chain reaction where the smaller things, like our moon's being pulled away by Jupiter already, and that would speed up, and it gets exponential. The growth becomes exponential.
Yeah, but the problem.
Do you remember the part of the prophecy that says there'll be a great quaking of the earth as never before?
Yeah, well, it fits.
Yeah, it fits.
I would.
The problem that you run into is that the sun's mass is like 1,000 times that of Jupiter's, and the sun is like 99.80% of the mass in the solar system.
Right.
Right. So like the ignition can take place, and even if you were to take, let's say, Neptune or a bunch of other planets and throw into Jupiter, its effect is going to be minimal.
You know, it's funny. People say,
Yeah.
no,
he's right.
People say that Jehovah saves and that Jesus saves. People say all these things, and they hypothesize what we need saved from. Mostly, I think we need saved from Satan and really bad ideas and bad thinking. But once the angels start this, there's no stopping it. And we'll need saved from the destruction of the planet.
Yeah, I was wanting to say that any kind of mass speculation, mass changes is going to be possible to calculate, because not only are you adding masses as you're putting it, but you're also the Jupiter will be losing masses too as the most of the atmosphere and who knows how much of the core is going to be ejected when that first minor nova.
You're severely underestimating the
if it goes nova, fuses, there'll be a massive ejection. There's always a corona ejection,
and there's a massive implosion as well on the inside.
It's going to be impossible to calculate, guys. I mean,
that's the point.
I think you're both right in certain ways, but it's going to be impossible to calculate.
There's going to be so many counteractive forces, and then
it's not impossible to calculate. I've watched people add mass to Jupiter on Universe Sandbox constantly, and I'll go back because Batman's right. When I was saying it'll get chaotic, I'm only talking about the smaller objects in the solar system who would be affected by.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah.
Right. Part of the story is that David brings or sends the head of the giant back to Jerusalem and before Saul. Jerusalem means the place founded in peace, meaning here. This is the peacefully founded, because everywhere else in the universe, the solar system has not been founded. There's no people there. It's never been made a city. And that's a chunk of the moon Io crashing into the Earth, propelled out away from Jupiter from that initial shock.
Right.
So that would make wormwood, for instance. Because if you had a mountain-sized chunk of sulfur falling from the sky, right, it hits our atmosphere, it starts heating up, it does what sulfur does, it falls into some kind of trapped water system, streams and lakes and rivers and things like that. It won't specifically say, so we don't know where it's going to hit. But it would literally have a very buoyant, crispy, brown, because of the iron content, ash that's very buoyant and floats on water, because that's what sulfur ash does, and that the waters would be made bitter. So, we have this gigantic matchstick floating around Jupiter ready to go.
You have an ignition source for a fire, but that's not what makes a star. A star isn't fire. A star is fusion.
Right. Yeah, what I said was the hydraulic pressure as it increases in the shock wave going down toward the core would I think be sufficient. In fact, I'm understating it to start fusion in it.
No, it's nowhere near enough.
You said 18 times its present mass.
You were correct. You were more correct. It's 81 times.
No, is it 81 times? Okay,
Yes.
it's in Universe Sandbox. Me and Math Pig played with this because I was telling him this story, and he said, "Well, he purchased an edition, the latest edition at the time, and we played with it. It was something like, and other people's experimentation we looked up. It was something like 13 Earths simultaneously at 200,000 kilometers per minute, or 81 times its present mass, or there was some other ways people did it.
Yeah. Okay. So you're adding. If you start adding speed to the equation, you can start getting huge amounts of energy, and you can create the chain reaction you're talking about. If you can get the shock wave to equal the 81 times of Jupiter, you can start the chain reaction. Once the chain reaction is start, it will go through and burn out all the fuel. If you start adding iron, that's a major problem to all of this, because iron cannot be fused at all. It is the end point at which stars can actually fuse things together.
That's debatable. You can fuse technically almost anything. But
no, you cannot. That is
better
not
speculation
debatable.
I've
I'm
heard over the
sorry.
years-
That is not debatable at all.
Oh, sure it is. You can fuse
Nope.
plutonium.
So
But
they-
No, you can't.
the better speculation was if the
Wait, I think you
Jupiter's
guys are
core
talking about two
was-
different things.
No, he's just straight up wrong. Iron star balls is
I doubt
what. Yeah, no, iron star balls is what the heat death of the universe is talking about, because you cannot fuse iron.
When you're talking about, hold on, Theo, when you're talking about the long process of producing things, are you saying that you can't fuse past iron without the long process? Is that what you're saying? I totally agree with you. I don't think that's what Joel is talking about. Joel is talking about intelligent interference and forcing these things, not a naturalistic process.
Okay, well, we wouldn't know about that, but that's
Yeah,
I can see where you're going. No, you're right.
Yeah, you're interrupting me a lot. I believe you might be confusing the problem with stellar nucleosynthesis, the idea of neutron capture, which it is difficult but not impossible to fuse past iron through the beta decay capture process. But fusion, quote unquote, is you can fuse anything. You can all it is just smashing atoms together in various means.
You add enough energy.
Well, it doesn't even. It's just however they're fused, they destroy each other's covalent bonds. They fuse into a new element, and the massive release of energy from there.
And here's why I even started thinking that you guys were actually talking past each other, because I know both of you are brilliant, and I have a lot of faith in both of you guys. So I knew you couldn't be talking about the same thing and both of you be wrong. No,
what I was trying to share
right.
again. Yeah, thank you. But what I was trying to share was the speculation that if big caveat, if the Jupiter's core is solid hydrogen or whatever else, maybe even some helium, that would be another catalyst. I don't think you can simulate in Sandbox Universe of a external chemical reaction, both oxidizer with the spark, like we were talking about, could cause a chemical ignition and an exothermic reaction to try to ignite that solid core. That could cause a critical mass event potentially.
But once the chain reaction starts, how does it keep going? There's not enough there.
Same way all stars do.
No, the story, according to the story, it only lasts for definitely less than 3.5 years. Okay, the second half of end times, that's when that happens.
Yeah, and Jupiter, it's small enough. If it does fuse, it not only would burn out very quickly, but it'll probably very likely die into a cold brown star very quickly.
That's what I hear too. That's what I've heard. I don't know, but so it only needs to last long enough for everybody to see it, and that's 6 months.
But still, the massive forces that would cause would probably blow all the planets out of alignment.
See, Dominic is going along the lines I'm thinking here, because that's what everything I look into science says. Iron is the most stable element. It can't be fused because it takes more energy to fuse it. So are you proposing that if you put more enough energy into it, you could still fuse it and get the
Yeah.
release.
Yeah, you can fuse anything. It just requires. You're right.
Yeah.
Massive amounts.
So-
Well, you said iron's a big problem. Are you saying like iron could act like a fire extinguisher and put out an ignited Jupiter?
No. What I'm saying
Because
is,
from what I understand, it's only like 13 to 15% of everything that's there that's iron.
yeah, but okay. So what I was going to say is,
Mhm.
once this Jupiter starts to restabilize and the iron makes its way to the core, it makes it a lot harder for it to keep the nuclear fusion going.
Okay. I think that's a rational argument. Sure.
Yeah, I was going to add that a lot of the controversy with especially with origin of life research, again, the idea of the stellar nucleosynthesis theory is that the classic ABP giant supernovas that are responsible for most of the theoretical heavy elements are not able to fuse past iron, or certainly not carbon, or at least not in an abundance amount to explain life on Earth, until the theoretical causation or plausibility of neutron stars going supernova that would create potentially enough neutrons to fuse past iron and everything.
Have we observed that?
So,
there's a theoretical example, but it's not. I wouldn't know if it's observed.
Yeah, that's the same understanding I have.
There are two recorded neutron star novas, but again, how do you really know? It's math.
So, Richard, when a star's core is essentially made up of iron, right? Like it runs into like an energy problem.
I'll
right?
listen to you. I don't know that's true.
Well, listen. So basically, the iron absorbs more energy than releasing it, right? And so as a result, the forces, right? Because remember, there's a balancing thing going on, right? During the fusion process in the star, right? You have everything pushing out, and it collapsing in on itself at the same time. There's a balance, right? The energy, the energy that is supposed to push out, right? The iron in the core is reducing that energy. Are you following so far? So since the iron in the core causes energy loss, it causes the core to collapse in on itself, which can lead to like a supernova, or it can collapse and form basically a neutron star.
Okay.
I think what you guys are trying to talk about is
If it
something
were
called
the
iron.
perfect amount, could that inhibition result in some kind of stability?
The perfect amount of iron?
Yes, if the perfect amount of iron were in the perfect amount of a star, could it result in more stability?
No.
No.
Once it fuses a certain amount of iron, like it's gonna go two ways. It's either gonna go bang or.
But wait. You just said no, and then you said if it was too much.
But you're asking me if there's like a perfect amount. A perfect amount would be any amount that would not cause it to absorb too much energy to where the star would not collapse in on itself.
Right. You keep saying if there isn't too much, and I said could there be a not too much?
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's all I was asking. I mean, I just don't know these things. This is, it's
and
part of the amazing thing about this is seeing that the story is plausible in reality, having understood the reading frame of the story first, not having any of the science or any of the Hebrew words. I mean, I've never learned Hebrew, yet all the definitions are there. For instance, if you look up the word shield in the Old Testament Hebrew from the story of David and Goliath, you have to look it up per word. Never just say, oh, it's the right word. That's a translation. But if you look up the word shield, it specifically has to be large, dark in color, with white points on it. Why the hell would anyone define a shield that way? Guess what? Ganymede looks like that. It has ice-tipped mountains and is otherwise almost black.
How long do you need Jupiter to be alight for this?
Can you guys hear me at all?
Yes, Joel.
Yeah, we
Yes,
can
we
hear
do,
you.
Joel.
I am
About 6
constantly being
months.
interrupted.
Sorry.
You
trying
were
to-
talking a while ago. We didn't hear
Wait,
you.
you weren't talking until
Yes, I
you
was.
just said, "Can you hear me?"
No, I
Yeah.
was. I was trying to politely add something for the last 5 minutes.
Okay, well, for everyone else's point of view, including mine, nobody heard you say anything.
That's
Yeah.
terrible. Is it my
Sorry.
microphone? Maybe yeah.
Sorry, bro. We weren't
So-
ignoring you.
If I
Go
may,
ahead and add the thing, though.
yeah. What I was trying to add was when you guys are talking about iron, there's a thing you reminded me about. It's called iron peak. It's the idea that once the heavy elements are fused, or they're going through a fusion reaction, they'll consume energy more than they'll release energy, like the lighter elements do, but they're still fusing. If that makes sense. You can still fuse iron, and if it's like you're hinting at, Richard, if it's at a high enough quantity, even though the heavy element fusion reactions are consuming energy, there's still tons of energy being exchanged. So it's still hot and it's still does things.
Right.
That makes sense.
Okay. Did to me. I could be wrong, but it made sense to me.
Well, it can make that balance, like you're saying, and it's probably not, it's like it'd be like a miracle, but it's plausible. And then
Well, all
I'm
of this-
forced to wonder.
I think all of this has to be super well balanced, so horribly specific.
I was forced to wonder if the mentioning of the shield, if that's part of what could be talked about, this interstellar inter system nuclear reaction, if what you guys are talking about, if there's some sort of iron infused with this, if that shield is going to protect something, that's what shields do, right? It's a defensive weapon that's going to protect the solar system from something that where the Jupiter star could otherwise destroy the solar system, including the Earth.
Wait, destroy the whole solar system?
Yes, there's enough forces involved. It'll knock all the planets' orbits off and either go spiraling away from the sun or go into it.
Or spiraling.
Our solar
Oh,
system
okay.
is very, very delicate.
Okay, I thought you meant like explode and
No,
like
no.
destroy everything in the solar system.
Interrupt the orbits. Yeah. It definitely will interrupt the orbits, which would tear the solar system apart. Just takes some time. Takes a little while.
Okay, so if we've beaten this topic to death, I do have a subject matter here, and I would like to use you guys as a intellectual wall so I can bounce my brain off of you.
Guinea pigs.
All right, so I've been doing some research to justify or fuse my growing block theory with the quote unquote timelessness of God,
I
right?
see what you did there.
And in my research thus far, I've learned some very interesting things. So, before we start, which theory of time do you guys hold to? All of you.
Yeah, but not all at
I
the
think
same
B
time.
is more.
I didn't hear you, Richard.
I don't think you can go
I
backwards.
said
in time.
not. Yeah, but not all at the same time. And Joel said B theory.
Yeah. A theory I think is falsified because that suggests you could go backwards.
What about you, theological introspection?
I don't know I can't remember what the A and B theory is, but I consider time to be non-existent in the sense it's only a human concept used as a measurement.
I don't think everything is that, right? Everything's a human concept.
No, but time is, because it's only the measurement of the flow of, what's the word?
It's a measurement of change.
Yeah, entropy. Exactly. There is no such thing as it. It's just us putting a name on a measurement.
I think that's everything, though.
Everything, bro.
Yeah, even when God
No,
made
I think-
Adam had to name the animals.
No, No, because I can pick up a rock. Can you pick up time? Can you show me time?
Well, it's an abstraction. I agree. Just like space. Space is X, Y, Z. Time is
And
T.
what
It's just a measurement.
What is a concept?
It's an abstract versus a concrete. It's an abstract concept.
Exactly.
Hold on. So
time
you're
is
saying,
a concept.
hold on, but
So is consciousness and etc. Yeah.
Yeah, consciousness. Yeah, I agreed. Because you can't hold it, you can't show it to me.
so you're saying that
But it's still demonstratable.
hold on.
You can still-
Are
How?
you saying if someone cannot,
Demonstrate it.
But you're talking. You're showing us your consciousness right now.
No, I'm showing you the physical responses of my brain.
You're showing us your consciousness unless you're a sophisticated AI. And then
You
you're showing us
cannot. You can't tell me you're going to say that the metaphysical idea of a consciousness is rooted in physicality.
Well, I didn't say that, right? It's rooted
That's
in
what
an
you're-
abstraction.
Yes, and to say anything else is
Your
wrong.
consciousness is a measurable abstraction because when you're sleeping, you're no longer conscious.
Not true.
You're not sleeping right now. You're sharing with us your consciousness.
No,
So
subconscious is still conscious.
We're observing your conscious right now through the internet. We can measure it.
No. How would you measure that? How would
Because
you measure my
Because
level
we
of
know that you're conscious right now based on your ability to share your conscious. You're not asleep.
So you, yeah,
Or
I
dead.
get what
He's
you're
not dead either.
saying, and you can do the same with time, but that doesn't mean it's still not a concept. You're not actually showing anything.
It's a measurable abstraction. Yeah.
By a subjective judgment. There's no objective reality to it.
So you're saying you're subjectively conscious.
Yes, everybody is, and I can only say that I subjectively view your consciousness. I can't show it. I can't measure it. You cannot measure it.
I think the entire realm of psychology proves you can demonstrate and measure.
Okay, so when people in comas conscious or unconscious?
Well, depends on if you're awake or dead or not. Like,
no. Just answer the question. Are people in comas unconscious or conscious?
Generally unconscious. Yeah.
Yeah. So how do they remember things that are said to them?
Because the brain is a remarkable meat computer. I call it.
Because it has a subconscious, the one that you're not consciously aware of.
And you can measure between when someone's conscious or unconscious, including when they're on a coma, based on their responses. Yeah, it's all measurable. The fact you even can ask the question if
you cannot,
if
the only measurement
is measurable in a coma or not.
Yeah, the only measurement you've given me so far is on or off.
Yeah, that's a measurement. There's probably that's a binary measurement. There's probably degrees in the middle somewhere, but I don't think psychology is that good yet.
Okay, so that's the philosophical arguments about metaphysics. Can you do the same for time?
yes,
I think so. Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
God damn it, let me talk. Yes, let me answer. Do not go back to this consciousness shit.
Batman. God damn it. Shut up. Yeah, I got past, present, and future, right? That's a measurement. Go ahead, man.
No. Okay, so time, space time. There's a reason why space and time is now considered a dimension, right? There are two definitions that you can work with. You have time, which is the measurement of events, right? One event to the other one, right? The cause and the effect, right? And you have time, right, which is the flow of events that take place. Now, how you demonstrate this, right? First of all, the same way how you would demonstrate the fact that time is relative is what demonstrates that. So if I'm moving at a faster speed than you, right, I'm going to experience time slower from my perspective, right? But where in your position is faster, right? So that makes it relative. It's based on the observer.
Yeah, okay, I'm with you here. You're going with Einstein's relativity, which makes it an objective, measurable reality because two different subjective judgments can be measured against one another.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right.
I agree with you 100%.
So now that we're past that, right?
Time is a vector, yeah.
How would you guys answer the question of, is God in time? Can
No.
God be in time?
Both.
You said no to both, Joel?
I
How about you,
said God can do
Theological?
both, and I like to
Oh,
explain it by God. God regulates the wave function collapse events that translate or transfer, however you want to put it, the quantum information between the eternal, which is outside of space time, and then the material existence now inside space time. God controls the transfers between the both. So he's inside and outside of space time.
Does God have control over his relative experience of time?
Again, God exists inside and outside of space time. So time is, yeah.
So yeah, that's what I'm asking. You're implying that he could change what time is to him, relatively speaking.
I
That is
suppose God
that's
can
where
do
you
anything. Yeah.
that's where you get that phrase that you said before, which is 1,000 years is but one day before God.
I think that's more of a limitation in reference to us, to human observation, not God. God's the global observation point. So God.
Well, it's an observation of our limitations versus his lack of limitation.
Okay.
okay, cool. So, what would you use scripturally to demonstrate that God would be in time? Like what examples, like biblical examples, would you guys
Jesus.
give for that?
Jesus, him visiting Rajak, Meshach, and Abednego in the fiery pit furnace. All kinds of examples. Yeah. Burning bush. Talking to
Okay,
Moses.
what about you, Theological?
I agree with what. There's so many examples where you can take where God inserts himself into a relative time frame. And there's other examples for the opposite, where he creates the earth, where he actually creates the time frame of the earth within one of the days. So establishing the fact that his day and our day are two different things.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
He literally creates time, right?
and now I'm going to jump back to time, and I'm going to connect all of this, right? If time is relative, can something be relative while predetermined at the same time?
Probably. There's actually a scientific term for that called super determinism. Have you heard of that?
No.
The idea that there's regular predeterminism and then there's super determinism. It gets weird.
So now to connect this to God, right? It's the general idea that God knows the future, right? So if the future exists equally as the past and the present, right? But time is not relative, right? Then, well, how can time be relative if everything is preset in time?
So the quick answer, hopefully, would be that again, God exists outside of space-time as well, and so all of the information, as Max Planck put it, the universe creation, everything is literally the figment of God's imagination. Basically, God's mind is the matrix of all matter. So God not only knows past, present, and future, He creates it. He regulates what we describe as the wave function. The intersections of all the stuff that we think we observe, basically, right? So God regulates it. He transfers the information. He knows what's going to happen because he regulates it.
But if something is preset, meaning it's constant, how can it be constant but relative at the same time?
So it's okay. So it's only relative to us because, and in relativity, it only explains how time can travel based on different speeds. That's all that means is by time being relative. If you're going, the faster you go near the speed of light, the slower time gets, and vice versa. That's it.
Yeah, but
And then there's general versus specific.
yeah, but that's mainly an observation of of it being relative. If everything is preset, right, including time, right, then how can it be preset and relative at the same time? If something is
Well,
preset,
because
isn't it as in the no matter the perspective that you take, right? Like kind of like light, right? It doesn't matter how fast you're moving, right? If I'm like slightly behind you, right, and we both turn on a flashlight, right? The light that's shining out of that flashlight will both travel at the same speeds, no matter what, right? Because they are constant. So if space and time is constant because it's predetermined, right? Then how can you account for the fact that time is as we observe, not just visually, right, but physically speaking,
okay.
right? That time is relative. The
Yeah, again,
example being the the twin astronauts, the one that was on Earth, and
yeah,
the
Scott, his
one
brother.
where
Yeah.
yeah, right. That whole thing is fascinating, by the way. That demonstrates that opens up a whole can of worms. But that's basically my question and my example.
Yeah, so again, the super duper simple explanation is that time dilation that you're talking about only exists inside space time. It does not exist outside of space time. You know, in the quantum, whatever you want to call it, the decoherency state it's called. So when God transfers the information, he's transferring. That includes transferring any time dilation between fast moving and slow moving observation points.
So are you saying that God is putting, when you say that, because you're basically saying that God is putting more information into the system, right? The system being the universe,
Well,
right?
it's described as being transferred. Information goes back and forth. You know, the Bible talks about how the body returns to the soil, the spirit returns to God that gave it. That's an information transfer back to the eternal outside of space time state, the decoherent state. You're going back outside of space time as your spirit.
But what medium is the information traveling on?
The quantum mechanics way of putting it. I mean, there's probably a million and one ways of describing it, but the more popular quantum is wave function collapse events, which I know doesn't mean a lot of things, and it's a bunch of fancy math, and I can try to explain it, but it's silly. There's a way to calculate theoretical quantum exchange points, basically, and the more you try to understand it, the more complicated it gets, and the more miraculous it makes everything seem, because it
Yeah,
requires extreme precision.
and starts to go really against your normal intuitions. It starts.
Yes, yes, that reminds me of who is that? Who is it? I forget that famous quote: "If you think you understand quantum physics, you don't." Feynman's.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, but isn't that essentially um so okay, so this might sound kind of crude, but isn't that essentially saying that the creation was not like finished or set? because because again, right, I'm not going to argue against the idea that God interacts within the system. That's clear in the Bible, right?
Mm.
But in terms of the completeness of creation, right, there's nothing to suggest that creation was not complete outside of human beings not being complete, right? So so essentially what you're arguing for is a incomplete system where God has to compensate for an aspect of the system that he made and he create, right? Like he has to consistently like what's the word I'm looking for? Um adjust adjust the system. So now you run into the question like, okay, well you have these physical laws that govern the system, right? And you know about the fine tuning of those laws, right? Why fine tune those things but not fine tune this thing,
Well, I
right? Because
mean,
the things, just want to add one more
hmm,
thing, because the things that are relative, right? they are relative, and they're demonstrably so, in a way that where we can look at them and test them in a repeatable sense, right? Not just with our eyes and experience. We actually have machines that can do that, right?
Hmm.
Objectively. So why would God set up the system the way how you described it? I do have a answer for
Yeah.
for my own question, but I just want to get you guys' feedback.
My thought was just gets how he wanted it to be. It's God's system. We're in science. All we do, we try to understand the mind of God. Like Einstein said, I just want to understand. I want to know God's thoughts. The rest are details.
So I don't. You wanted to chime in before I go theological? Okay. So so think about it, right? So I'm sure you're aware of the fine-tune argument, right? And where that stems from, right? And the level of intelligence that is required to fine-tune these physical laws, the numbers of zeros are insane, right? So,
Confirmation bias.
huh?
Um, I disagree with any sort of fine tuning argument on the basis that it is a subjective judgment that this universe is ordered. To me, it looks disordered and random and chaotic and destructive and scary as hell. And the fact that we get this one tiny speck that we can live on is probably the only thing you could call the miracle.
Wait until you learn about Penrose's quantum singularity theorem. Oh my gosh, that blows what you just said totally out of the water.
The cosmological constants, right? These things are mathematically speaking, they are mechanically fine-tuned, right? As in,
Subjectively.
No,
Everything you
empirically.
just said.
no,
No,
hold on. Every single human machine measurement at different points in the universe, right? It's all consistent. Even the expansion of the universe, right? There's a constant for that. Gravity, there is a constant. The strong and weak nuclear force, there's a
Yeah.
constant for that, right?
Yeah.
Those things are fine tuned.
And
It's
then the
not,
quantum gravity constant even blew that out further out of the water. But yeah.
yeah.
the confirmation bias comes from the fact that you're sitting there and can say that. The confirmation bias comes from the fact of, oh, well, if humans exist, therefore it must have been made this way for all these perfect tunes,
Mm-mm.
fine
No.
tuners.
No, no,
But that's
No,
because
exactly
not
what
at
they
all. So,
want.
for example, the basis behind things like what he's talking about, and especially the singularity theorem, is nothing to do with humans or our perspectives or anything subjective at all. It's exclusively about basically entropy rates. There is a way to calculate the minimum entropy rate required for what seems to be the natural quantum gravity standard right now to have reversed itself to allow the universe to expand. It took Roger Penrose and his assistant Stephen Hawking's and about 100 other scientists about all over the world about 10 years to come up with this equation, and they solved it. Penrose and Hawking earned a Wolf Prize for it, and it's extraordinarily precise, has nothing to do with humanity.
that's
It's
something.
all math.
It's all math. These are things that we observe that exists before humans were even remotely a thing,
Right.
right?
It
The
has nothing to do with life
gravitational
as
constant, the cosmological constant, like all of those things always existed from the start. They're not things that you can grab and clutch with your hand. They are forces that act upon the energies and the matters that exist within our universe. They literally govern them. Now, I'm not saying there aren't any randomness in our universe. A matter of fact, um, a good percentage of the universe is random, right?
yeah.
Um, and so I'm not saying that doesn't exist, right? the fact that randomness exists in the universe, to me, kind of debunks determinism. But that's a
Well,
bad point.
if I may interject real quick, Batman, you've heard the old computer science joke. There is no true random number generator. Nothing is truly random.
What about the incompleteness of maths?
What does that mean? Incompleteness of mass?
Yes. So when you drop two pendulums at the same time, they will stay in sync. But if you drop two double pendulums at the same time, they will instantly remove from being in sync.
That's just a matter of the multiple tensor vectors applying. Whether it's there's all kinds of effects, gravity.
No, yeah, but
friction,
it's
all kinds of stuff.
It's illustrating the tiniest. It's like the butterfly effect, right? The tiniest of variations between the two double pendulums instantly creates them to be out of sync, and they will never go back into sync.
Well, you just gotta find the vector changes. It doesn't mean they're random.
It kind of is. Like, it's why you can only do like a 7-day prediction with the weather, because there's no way to account for all the variables.
Well, that's the thing. You get the better accounting of the variables, as you put it, the better accuracy you get. Takes effort.
If it's a situation, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It gets to a point where, like, the best supercomputers in the world, like just the double pendulum, you could get the best supercomputers in the world, or join them all together, and they still wouldn't be able to predict what those things did.
Well, like I said, the old computer science joke, there is no such thing as true random. And so, like in coding, for example, if you give just a random number in most computer language, machine language, and everything like that, and you rerun that same program, you'll get the same numbers every time because the clock oscillator is always the same speed. You have to do what's called randomize the timer in computer science terms, and then you'll get what seems like a good randomization every time you rerun the program from a human perspective. But even that randomized timer is still predictable. It's still not true random. Just look up computer science, no true randomness.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about with the computer science thing, but that's way far removed from what I'm talking about.
I agree with my old boss Elon. The universe is just a giant simulated computer, or computer simulated whatever. But yeah, you're right.
Wait. I disagree with that one because I've heard the argument against this. How do you contain the universe inside the universe?
By God creating it as such, the same way as your computer program is contained in your computer.
Okay, so are you saying that we could reach the level of God?
We can program like God can. I think, and I think a lot of bioinformatics research is actually starting to get there. Yeah.
But I still can't get past it. So you're actually implying that I can contain the universe inside the universe?
Yeah, if you get a big enough computer, you can do anything. Heck yeah.
No, I disagree entirely.
Oh, it's just science. It's just computer stuff. It's a really big computer.
Maybe if we get quantum processors, I might believe you then. But
there's already talk of what's beyond quantum computing already. If you're following this stuff, I'd love to talk about it.
I do, and it's very interesting.
Yes, sir. I love it. Thank you.
So I think. So
yes,
here's the thing.
You're trying to make a point. Sorry, go ahead.
No problem. No. So the randomness stuff aside, if it's a situation where you have the luxury of not having the problem of induction, basically you being God and you can like see the future, right? Or if the future doesn't exist, right? Contemplate every possible future, then of course nothing will be random to you, right? But again, that is from God's perspective, not ours, right?
Well, and if I may, you're reminding me of one of my very favorite Bible verses as well, Batman. Jeremiah 33, 2-8. It says, "This is what the Lord says, He who made the earth, the Lord who formed it and established it, the Lord is His name. Call to me, and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know." So God's literally begging people to ask Him about the future. Revelation. So yeah, you can know the future. It's not normal, but
I mean, the Bible tells us the future, but I'm just saying in the sense in a sense when it comes to the overall randomness that exists within the whole universe. We don't have access to that. And sure, we can ask God and he can explain it, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just saying from our perspective, we don't have access to that. So
We've got
therefore,
some really good math, but I generally agree with you. It's very, very difficult. And I think if given enough time, depending on how long Jesus is going to take on his vacation, we might be able to figure it out someday, maybe.
yeah, we would need,
A lot of time.
I think we would basically need God to tell us that.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, or a lot of revelation from God. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. Okay, so like moving to the next part of it. Um, the next part of see, I'm asking these questions and I'm engaging in the conversation in a
Good. I
very
love it.
methodical way, so we can come to like a final conclusion, right?
Okay. Okay.
So, have you guys ever looked at the possibility of the biblical prophecies taking place, like the chances of them taking place?
The probabilities, yeah, are extreme. Yeah.
Dude, the number of zeros
Yeah.
that I've never seen so much zeros in a while pertaining to something that's like non-mathematical. That's talking
Yeah.
about the universe. But that being said, um, um, if it's if I get what you're saying in terms of the randomness stuff, right? From God's perspective, nothing would be random, right?
Right.
But whether or not things will be relative, right? That's a whole nother story. And so what I'm arguing is that, hey, if it's a situation where where everything in the future and the past and the present all equally exist, right? They're all equally existing at the same time, and that encompasses all of reality, right? That means that everything is preset and has a constant, right? Meaning there can be no variables, but you run into the problem of the of relativity, right? Time, the fact that time and space is relative, right? So
Well,
how do you fix that problem,
keep in
right?
mind, even the
So
relativity, even the time dilation you're talking about, even that's predictable.
yeah, it's predictable because we know it. Like that's a constant. There's a
Hmm.
constant to that, right? So that's how we know. That's how we know about it. That's not the problem here,
Hmm.
right? It's the fact that we know the constant. We know the math behind it. We observe it, obviously, right? But the question is, right? Why is time not a constant? Why is the expansion of space not like a set constant like the
It
other?
be to a fourth dimensional
Well,
being. A fourth dimensional
technically,
being.
time is a constant. Is the catch to that, Batman? Time is a constant. It's just it looks like it changes at different speeds based on an individual's perspective. If that makes sense. When I measure my satellite orbiting over the Earth, the faster it goes, and the further away it goes, the greater the time dilation is. But on the satellite itself, time is still going the same exact speed, but it just seems like it's going faster from my perspective on the ground. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but
Time is
that's what I'm
still.
saying. But that doesn't apply. But if something is a constant, right,
Mhm.
then you wouldn't get any dilation. Like for example, the speed of
No, no, no.
if you shoot a photon, right, and let's say two photons are traveling in an empty space, right, and and one of them suddenly runs into a diamond, right, and the other one does not, right? Does the light in the diamond, does that slow down?
Only because it's a medium change. So yes, photon. Yeah, it's called refraction.
It doesn't slow down.
It does.
Yeah, it doesn't. No, it just increases the distance it travels.
Well,
Yeah, yeah,
technically the same thing. Yeah.
right. So, but that's what I'm saying. The constant for the light, right? The photon, right? That doesn't change. It still moves at the speed of light, regardless of the fact that it just hit something that requires more space for it to travel through.
Well,
Essentially.
yeah, no, speed, the distance is a variable for speed, so it does technically change the speed.
The speed doesn't change.
You can, it
No,
does.
because time is the other variable, and
Refraction.
the time is the variable that has changed, not the speed.
Look up the definition of refraction. And you're reminding me of Aaron Schrodinger. I'm trying to look up his quote because it's exactly what Schrodinger, what you're describing is exactly what Aaron, I think I lost his quote, which is a shame. This is an epic quote.
But that would be like saying that the different wavelengths of color travel at different speeds. When they don't, they just have different wavelengths, which means they travel over a different distance. They don't change the speed. The time travel.
Well,
The time over the
wavelength,
distance is the
No,
same. It's
so
just that the distance increases, so does the time.
wavelength is a measurement of frequency.
yeah.
So when you measure speed, you're measuring the change of the distance over time. And so when a photon changes medium, especially in water, it technically changes speed. But then you're right, when it leaves the water, when it goes back into the previous medium, then it resumes
So
the previous speed.
so the constant itself doesn't change. The what you run into, what slows, quote unquote, slows it down is that now it has to interact with other molecules, right?
Well,
So
that's yeah.
technically, yeah, it does slow down, but like the constant doesn't change. It
That's
just
yeah. You're talking about one of the theories that if photons interact with covalent bonding in a it's being slingshot around the different outer bonds. But it's it's a whole other topic.
yeah, but I'm just arguing for the constant part of it, right?
Okay.
Whereas I was using light as an example, not necessarily to kind of go into that thing, but I'm just saying if something is a constant, then the constant doesn't change, right? And
Mhm.
if time under if the universe is preset, future, past, and present, right? It shows that everything is would be technically constant, including time. But as we see, right, despite the fact that we're able to measure dilation, it shows that time is relative, especially in especially in situations when you're moving faster or you are in a gravity well,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
So that's the problem that I run into when it comes to the A and B theory of time. Now now I am not a presentist, right? And I do understand that growing block theory is somewhat of a fence sitter ideology, right? But I think under a situation where the future does not exist, right? It would allow for the relativity of time to exist along with other constants because the future isn't preset, right? The past is set already, right? But it's just the present and everything that's happening in the present, right? Regardless of, you know, even if it's stuff that have to do with stuff that's constant, random, or relative, right? It'll still maintain, you won't run into the problem of time um, being relative. So I think growing block fixes that problem. Now people will be like, well, God can tell the future. Well, the problem with that is that two, one, if God has access to all facets of reality, right? Omniscience, omnipresent, blah blah blah, right? If he has access to all facets of reality and he can make adjustments in the system without breaking the system, right? Then he can actualize any future he wants, especially if he can perceive multiple futures, right? So you wouldn't be able to tell, and if the future doesn't exist, right? But God can tell the future, well, can God tell? Can God know something that doesn't exist? Right?
Well, if I may,
He would
Batman,
have to actualize it.
if I can just ask you the question to maybe simplify everything you're trying to explain, it sounds like you're asking whether or not God ordains things or not, right?
No, because as I said, God can actualize things. Like, take for example, in the previous hangout, where we engaged in a nice little debate with Pixie and GS and some other folks, right? We went into the idea of God controlling things without breaking the system. The examples given the example that I gave was God was when Abraham gave away his wife to the king, right? And the king, he didn't sleep with Abraham's wife. And then God revealed that you couldn't sleep with her because I was preventing you from sinning, from sleeping with her,
And the Egyptians got really pissed off at him. I remember.
right? So, yeah, so that's a small example, right? So it doesn't matter if he can create life, that means he can create a human, for example, that might have certain proclivities and act in a way that is predictable because he can shape that person to be how he wants them, right? So if he, for example, he
The
says in
entire
the
field of
womb,
psychology is trying to predict people, right? Right.
yeah. So, the example, a lot of Calvinists use this, for Jacob I love, Esau I hated, right? Before they were even born. Right now, it's not talking about actual hate. The only thing God hate is evil, right? He was saying he just prefers one of them, but before they were conceived, right? He already knew how he wanted them to be, right? That was already pre-programmed. Not saying God does it all the time, but in specific circumstances, he does it. So that would be my argument for God actualizing things in the system without needing to know the future because he has all complete access to it. What do you think, Richard?
I'm going to post you the quote of Schrodinger.
I
There's a
think
quote in
I've
there.
probably heard things that confused me more, but not very many of them.
I don't know. What you think about theological?
Okay,
Look,
so I've got a
this
really
will
good one.
reveal my ignorance, and in all
My
honesty,
opinion.
and it's a good idea to every once in a while to say, look, I'm not that smart and I don't get it and I don't understand.
I'm
Or
working on a
admit that you're
paper.
wrong. I think
And
that's really
I'm
important. Actually, let me do that. I
I want to
know,
hear your opinion of this quote, Batman.
I know ancient stories and what they caused me to research. That and heavy equipment operation.
He's a dirt mover.
fair enough.
Batman,
Let's say theological. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joel.
I'm posting this very long quote in chat. I would love your opinion of it.
Okay.
I have to post it in bits and pieces, so give me a moment.
The way I look at it is when you talk about these constants, they sound like the language of a program being like God sitting there and he's writing out what the constants are, right? Because he's outside of those constants, if he makes him a change, it's a change in a sense that it's removed from history. Like you make the assumption that the past can't be changed, but God would be able to, because it would be like he took the memory of everybody out of it, whatever it was he was changing, and put something back in. It's a transfer of information, like Joel pointed out before. You can't leave the gap there because then the program would be broken, but you can keep the program running by filling the gap, sort of deal. So you can make changes even in the scope of relativity. It just becomes irrelevant, in my opinion.
Well, well, yes and no. Like, take for example, right? So I asked myself a question, right? Let's say a object appears in the universe that is moving at 99.9999999% of the speed of light,
There were
right?
2 asteroids that passed by our solar system that were moving too fast last year.
Glad it didn't hit us. Um, let's just say an object pops up, right? Technically speaking, right, that object is moving. It's moving faster. by nature it moving faster, it's moving into the future faster than everything else, right? Relatively, relative to everything else. Okay, I'm not saying there are. So relative to everything else, to me and you, we're not moving at the speed of light, right? So the question is, right? Is there now a future? So the answer is yes and no, right? That object, right? The future or its present, right? Now becomes our future, right? So the
Well,
future is basically, you know, um, it will be relative to us, not the object. The object, right?
right.
Because no future exists, it would just be its presence. But our presence will still remain, right? But now a future exists relative to us, not
Hmm.
the object.
Okay.
So that's one way how I guess you can be like, well, God decided to become an object to move faster than anything else in the universe. So he can, by nature moving faster, he can see the future, right? And remember, if the present is relative, right, then he can go to the future technically, right,
Hmm.
and come back to the present and do things based off of that.
Let me try to help simplify this again for me. So keep in
Okay.
mind both A and B theories of time. Time is a constant. Time, the variable time itself does not change. The vector only seems to change based on different perspectives. So if you zoom all the way out of the universe, if you go outside of the universe and look at everything, everything's moving together at the same time. It's only if you're like, on a planet versus a rocket ship, as the thought experiments goes, where it seems to be different. But it's, even though it seems to be different from those two different perspectives, it technically is not different. But your statement,
What do you
God
mean?
can do what he wants, still stands. I agree. God can fast forward and rewind. Because again, God is the first cause, as Einstein put it. I said that just for B.S. Lewis. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, but if it's
Wasn't it the uncaused caused?
That was, um,
that's a Kalam thing
you're right.
that's
And it's, yeah.
that's
Yeah, okay, sorry, my
still in
bad.
the
And it's
interest. Yep.
Aristotle who's came up with unmoved mover. Einstein he said God is the first cause.
So the idea, right? The idea is that that I'm trying to kind of put up. So here's the thing, right? If space and time are interlinked in this situation, right? And space and time is expanding faster and faster and faster and faster, right?
No.
Th- I mean, that's the general consensus. I'm gonna
The
go with it,
the
right?
universe stuff is expanding, but space time is like theologian, whatever you want to call you, was saying earlier. Space time itself is just a measurement. It's just a ruler. It doesn't actually expand. It's just the way we measure the stuff expanding. If that makes sense.
Okay, so
Cartesian coordinates.
okay, so you're saying that the universe is not expanding?
No, no, no. The stuff in the universe is, but quote unquote space time is just a
What do you
measurement.
mean
It's
the
just
stuff? Like we don't see planets
the stars
expanding?
in
No,
your
no, no, no.
bathroom toilet and stuff like that. The stuff.
The understanding is that it's the stuff in between the stuff that's expanding.
Well, space time is not material. Space time is just it's a grid coordinate.
No,
No, no, no.
no, I
That's dark matter and dark energy is what I'm referring to. That's the stuff that's pushing everything out. It's not the other matter. It's not like stars and stuff. It's we had to make up, or not make up, but propose other things to actually explain those phenomenons.
so hold on. Are we? I feel like there's something that's conflated here. Are we talking about galaxies
Yeah,
moving away from each other?
yeah. The stuff, the matter,
Okay,
matter,
but
energy.
yeah, but that was clearly um, as a result of space literally expanding,
Not
right?
necessarily, because space exists without a universe. Space is just it's like
Wait,
a
what?
grid coordinate. It's a three-dimensional cube of grids up and down and left, right.
I mean,
X,
that's
Y,
an
Z.
explanation. That's an explanation for it, but that
It's a
doesn't
measurement.
necessarily mean it doesn't ontologically exist.
Well, it
Space
doesn't physically.
clearly, the space-time fabric clearly exists.
Well, it's a measurement. It exists as a measurement.
So how do you account for gravity if there's no space-time fabric?
Gravity is just an observation, and you use space-time to measure it
What?
with.
Hold on. You say gravity. Okay, the word gravity is a word used that is assigned to the measurement of the phenomena, right?
Right.
That
Right.
does not mean the phenomena does not exist.
I agree. Okay, I
So
totally agree with you.
saying. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm confused. Like, what
Yeah,
are you trying to say here?
Confusion is space-time is how you measure things like, gravity or the expansion of the universe. That's how you measure it. But space-time itself doesn't change. The XYZT, the grid.
No, I'm not saying the dimension change. The dimensions are essentially a constant, right? I'm not saying the dimensions change. What I'm saying is that the fabric itself, the thing space-time, right? It's not molding into anything else. It's just continuously expanding, right? And as a result, right, we see everything else moving away from us, right? So
There's a problem in the chat. I just want to address it really quickly. So we did move past the twin paradox problem in the fact that we established that the relative time between the two twins who age differently is still happening at the same time on the perspective of someone in the cosmos at large. So the observable universe is what we see and measure. The cosmos at large is everything else that proposed outside of that. And it's provable in the fact that stars disappear past the point of no return.
Yeah, and you see with GPS satellites too. Just because the time dilates doesn't mean that the time is actually. Again, when you go away from those two local perspectives, observation points, if you watched the Earth or the human on the Earth and the satellite going around the Earth from the moon, they both move at the same time. But if you look at only between the satellite and the person on the Earth, then time seems to dilate. It's not a paradox. It's just a matter of perspective. Time itself moves the same speed or same whatever.
Relativity is all about perspective. It's about establishing where your point of something.
reference.
Exactly.
That's the point of reference.
There's a general and a specific framework, and you're right. Yeah, but time itself it's a vector.
Yeah,
like X, Y, and Z is. Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's a. I would not use the word constant because constants do not change. They are not relative to anything else.
The way to help maybe simplify again this, if you're measuring from outside of the two perspectives, then both the person on the planet and the satellite or whatever, the astronauts, they are moving in the same amount of seconds into time. Same amount of whatever measurement you make.
No, I mean the units. I mean, you're conflating the units of measurement,
That's what
right,
measurement
with the thing itself.
From the third point of reference,
speed of time, travel of time. Yeah.
What I'm saying, I'll try and fix this, right? From the third point of reference, the other 2 points of reference are moving out from the same point of time relative to the third point of reference. If you move to the second point of reference, the first and the third are now moving at the same time relative to the second point of reference.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. So you guys are saying that the point of reference is what makes it a constant?
No. The other way around. Time is time travels at a constant frame rate. Different perspectives, different points of whatever you're viewing from, causes time to appear to dilate between different distance or fast moving objects.
No, man. Like, okay, so the second law of thermodynamics, right? I understand that is the main thing that prevents time from going backwards. There's
I don't think
never
so.
been an observed instance of time going backwards,
I don't think it's
right?
anything to do with thermodynamics, but yeah,
I said the second law of
I
thermodynamics.
don't think that. Yeah, I don't think that's
What's the second law?
Entropy?
Refresh my memory.
the basically anything in a closed system you can't lose energy. The idea of entropy in an open system, the different energy states will create an equilibrium.
I heard it like this: it is what it is. It's spreading out, and you're
Yeah.
going to lose.
So it's so I'm largely talking about the entropy within a closed system, right? So if you drop, it's the idea of this, like if you drop an egg, right? Can you rewind and get the egg back into the state that it was once you drop it?
Probably very, very difficult.
Second law of thermodynamics. If the physical process is irreversible, the entropy of the system and the environment must increase.
Yeah.
You gotta pick up the egg yolk and the
So-
shells. And gotta be very careful to put it back together. Maybe very hard to do.
You say so. You're saying your argument is that, well, it's possible. It'll be hard, but
But you'll still, yeah. But you'll have to put it back together. You have to put it back together in the future, though. But yeah, I'm just being picky.
So we can agree that time is just going to keep on chugging along, right? So
Well, okay, yeah. No, see, that's why that's the geniuses of the two theories. Time, if you can change your observation point to go backwards, then yeah, then you could see the past. But how would you do that? Is the question mark. Maybe there's some sort of unforeseen technology. That's why I love technology. We'll see.
I mean, sure, but I'm just talking about the stuff that we kind of know
Mhm.
for now, right? So
Right.
moving, we just kind of understand that that time is just moving forward. We understand that based on perspective. Hello, Mr. Joe Cool.
How you
Glad to
doing? I
have
got a
you.
question when you get a break.
Okay, now you can go ahead and ask your question.
Thanks. I get the perspective things. Time depends on perspective. But does it really change then? It was to my understanding that even something the size of the Earth alters time literally. Is that just a matter of perspective and what you guys are talking about, or black holes? Apparently, time gets sucked into a black hole. Is it really altered, or is it still moving by what you guys are saying?
It
Those
depends
are
on
the
how.
gravity wells. Those are
No,
gravity wells.
it depends on the difference of speed. If you're outside of the solar system, then it'll look like all the same. You'll lose your time dilation.
So, was time altered, or does that not play into what you're saying? Was time altered if you got sucked into a black hole, or is it just a perspective thing?
It's
No,
just
no, no, no.
perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be so think of everything that exists have their
Yeah.
own piece of time, right? So
All right. That's
when
enough.
you're
I get you.
sucked,
I
yeah,
get it.
like
Yeah.
yeah, that's one way how you can look at it. That's
Yeah.
why they go with the idea that
I
time is
get
relative.
perspective in that sense, and
Yeah.
it's still continuing. Yeah. All right.
And Joe
I got a
Cool wins the
question.
internet because he got them to agree on something.
I got a,
I'll go with that.
I don't know.
can you
Theological look like he's about to be a rebel right now. Look at that. Look at his face.
can you reach the center of a black hole?
In theory, yeah.
No, I thought the theory was that you couldn't because no matter how far you travel towards the center, you can never reach it. I
So
forget the true wording of it, but
there's something called the firewall paradox that Stephen Hawking helped discover. So the theory goes that yeah, there is a center of a black hole. Theoretically, it's the termination of some sort of star, some sort of dwarf star, whatever. It's just collapsed in on itself. And once you get past the event horizon, though, that's where time becomes so dilated. The gravity lensing becomes so extreme. A lot of people speculated that it'll probably the energy scatter will literally look like nothing but a giant wall of fire. It's so crazy, and so that's all you'll technically quote see this firewall they call it. But in theory, yeah, I mean, Eventually, you'll get crushed into the gravity well and
Yeah, you'll
land
be
on the star.
spaghettified.
That's
Yeah.
that
It's not.
Hawkins radiation shit too, by the way. The shit of running around, spinning around the event horizon.
Mhm.
It looks like it changes a bit. I remember reading about it years ago, and they believed that no particles were truly escaping. Those were just the ones being torn apart, and some being flung out and some being flung in. That's what I read years ago. Now people speak as if parts are actually departing from the black hole. So
Yeah.
you guys
So
got an opinion on that?
they will eventually deteriorate over trillions of years later. However, Joe, technically, if another black hole can hit the center of another black hole,
Can
technically,
I?
They should combine, become a bigger black
yeah,
hole.
yes. So there goes the answer.
So what was you guys
It's
discussing?
kind
Can
of
time go
ignoring it.
backwards? I'm
Y-
sorry but I didn't
No
want to
time,
distract. I was just
no.
trying to grab something. Is that what you guys trying to figure out? Can time go backwards? The entropy, the egg falling. Can you put it back in the egg? Is that what you guys
No,
were going with that?
no. We were talking about time as it relates to God, and um, depending on the theory of time that you hold, how does God fit within that theory of
Wouldn't
time?
he make it and it's merely a
Does
tool?
God dilate himself to see the future? Yeah.
Right? It's
You
my
say?
opinion. Wouldn't he have made time and it be merely a tool like the other laws that he doesn't have to abide by?
Yeah.
Up, down, left, right, small, big. He would have made these things. I doubt that he'd be victim or to them or beholden to them.
Yeah.
No. That's not necessarily the
Yeah.
argument. So
Okay.
the argument is, right? For example, in the A and B theory, the past, present, and future all exist equally,
That's
right?
my belief. Yeah.
Right. Now, my belief, and some people believe that the only thing that exists is the present, and you have it's called presentism, and you have
That's a
some
good
people
argument.
who believe that that it's a growing block, right, where the future doesn't exist, only the present and the past exist.
I'm not. Whoa. Somebody, I might need an interpreter here, bro.
Yeah, my understanding is A and B theory both past, present, future exist. A theory suggests that you can move into the past, basically, or you can move into the future. B theory says you can't. You're stuck in the present. But past and
All right.
future still exists, but you
Yeah.
can't go there.
See, what are you gonna say,
Ooh, why
theological?
not? Why not? Why can't she go there? Why
It's
not?
just the way things are. Yeah. Can you go back to the past? I don't know. We can make archives, but we can't actually go to the past. Yeah.
Theological was gonna say something.
Go ahead.
No, I'm lost in my own head at the moment.
Oh, okay. So
Deep
think of
scientific
it this way,
theological.
right? So B theory, from what I remember, I might be mixing it up, right? Past the future exists, the past exists, right? Think of like a tape, right? And on the right hand side, right, you have the future. On the left hand side, you have the past. What
Okay.
we are the observers, right? So there's no present necessarily. We're just observing the tape. That's all that we're doing. A theory suggests that the future, past, and the present all exist equally, as in you are not just an observer, right? Your presence equally and ontologically exists.
That's my belief. I don't have to wrap my head around that when I believe they exist all at the same time, at all times, making time not really a thing. It just looks like it is. The second one, I'm having trouble when you're saying that now we are merely observers. We do not participate in now.
Yeah, we do not. Nothing you do is
I guess
significant,
technically.
or it doesn't really even matter because everything is
Ooh,
preset
ooh,
and
ooh.
predetermined.
I wouldn't go
So,
that
I
far. I
know
think
this
things
one.
oh
matter.
boy, here we go.
I think
I
B
know
theory
this
says
one.
the present.
Sorry, go ahead, Joel. Go ahead, Joel.
No, you.
Oh, I was just going to clarify. I think B theory does suggest that the now matters. In fact, the now is the only thing that matters.
But there is a delay between when now happened and when you experience it. Why? Because you're electrical, and there's a delay there.
Not necessarily, Richard. Right? If it's you're connected by something like quantum entanglement or something, as opposed to electrical, if that connection occurs instantaneously through some other thing like quantum entanglement.
Okay, internally, I can accept that internally,
Yeah,
but not
that's a
external
good
to
point.
internal. I know there's a delay. For instance, walking up on a friend of mine splitting wood from about a quarter mile or a half mile away, walking up on him slowly. At some point, he's coming down on the wood, and I hear nothing. And he comes up, and at the top of his axe raised, I hear boom.
Well, that's a limitation of the sound waves traveling, not necessarily time.
Right, but the sound waves travel, the light waves travel between this screen and my head.
Yes, it takes time for light to reach your eyes, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Exactly.
For the air to compress.
So Joe, cool. The other one, right? The other two. Well, there's technically three more, right? You have one. You have one that is called later math pick. I see it. You have one that is called presentism, where now remember that tape that I told you about, right?
Yes.
And I think it's in the A theory where you have the present. Now the present, right, is like, think of it as like a number, like a line moving over the tape, right? So the present is going forward, right, in time, right? With presentism, right, there is no tape, as in there's no future, there's no past.
Only
There's
the now.
only the line. Yeah, there's only that line, and the line and the tape is one and the same. Right?
That's dope.
So-
And you painted the picture so well. I get it.
So, and the
Is
other
it possible?
one,
Is that? I
I
guess.
don't even
I
know.
guess.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
even
It's
know.
great. I'm glad to ponder
Yes,
it.
it's one of the current theories, so it's one of the hypotheses.
Yeah, it's like a legitimate theory. The other one is the growing block theory.
Okay.
Now, growing block is essentially, now let's bring back our tape, right? And you have the left-hand side of the tape, which is the past.
Right.
And then you have the line on the tape that reads the tape, right?
Right.
Which is the present, right?
Yeah.
There is no tape ahead of the present.
Okay.
But
we know there's
the
gonna be a
present move
tomorrow. We know there's gonna be tape. It just doesn't exist yet. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, the tomorrow does not exist yet. So that's
I can go with that. Some of the what's his name's cat theory.
Schrodinger.
Thank you, Schrodinger's cat type of shit. So yet be determined shit. I can go for that too.
Okay, so the other one is called the other one is called eternalism.
Okay.
And it basically states that all points in time are equally real in every way, including the past, present, and the future. They
How does
are
that
all equally
differ from A?
ontologically.
How does that differ from A? I thought that was the definition of A.
Okay, so how should I put this? So the line with A, right? Remember the line with A, it moves on the tape.
I might have got A wrong through the gate. I thought you were saying they all exist at the same time. We may only be able to. Okay.
No, they in this instance they all exist at the same time.
Right.
But how they exist is important.
Okay.
Right? In B, the presence is not a thing. All we do is absorb is experience different parts of the tape. There's not really a present. There's an illusion of a present.
That's
right?
dope.
I mean, listen, I didn't make the theory up, bro.
I wonder
These
who
are
got
just
the tape
observations.
shit. The tape shit was brilliant. Whoever come up with that way to explain it. Ah, that was a smart shit.
So, so, so when they say something is ontologically real, it means like it's real as in the present. So you can get plucked from your current present and put into the future, right? And it'll be like real. It's not something, it's not a potential or nothing like that.
All right,
That's
I think I
essentially
hear where
what
you're
it
going
is. It's
with
like
it.
a variation
Yeah,
of the A theory, basically.
I think I hear where you're going. They all are real. They all exist. They can't be. And I don't know. I don't want to try to recapitulate. I'll get it worse. But I think I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, it's a variation of the A theory of time.
All right.
So
So yeah.
now the question was, depending on the theory of time that you hold to, how does God fit into that?
All right.
How does, right? Does God know the future? Does God not know the future? If a future doesn't exist, how can God know a future if it doesn't exist?
So
So
what did
those
you
are like
guys
the
come up with? I
questions.
would love to hear what everybody came up with.
Well, a person, if they're going to use the word God, could refer to what the Bible says about God and stick to that, which is
And
really,
then
really
now, if
simple.
that's God, yes, it might be
I mean,
very
if
good.
that's the
We'd have
God
to
you're talking
we'd
about.
have to define God through the
God is
gate.
the
Yeah.
Alpha and Omega,
Could he have like a
So,
doctor? Could
the
he have like a
beginning and the end.
Doctor Strange sort of power where he sees all possible futures?
Yeah, that's
Ooh.
what I'm
well,
positing. So there's two things that I'm positing for the growing block theory in relation to God, right? Is that one, he has the ability to view every possible future, mainly because he has access to all of the present, right? And and he has the ability to actualize whichever future he wants based on whichever future he perceives. That's my argument.
So that
Is
argument
it a
does
cop
not
out?
entail.
Probably.
No, that's a super simplified version of quantum physics. It says God regulates the quantum wave function collapse. It's the same thing, just using fancier terms.
Are we skipping or go ahead,
So
whoever?
the only issue that I was running into, right, was when I was developing the idea, was that I thought that um, time time and space were constants in the sense, not necessarily because we can measure it, right, but constant in the sense that they are not relative, like they cannot be relative. They are expressed equally in every single circumstance, right? That conflicts obviously with general relativity on multiple levels, right? I didn't have that in mind at the time, and when I went back and I did more reading on general relativity as it pertains to space-time and space-time dilation and the point of references, right? It does show that yes, it is relative, but the units of measurements is constant.
The
Right.
units of measurement of time are constant.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't want to have that. That's what we talked about. They cannot be fucking constant, in my opinion, because they can be altered. We know that fucking gravity can alter them, but then you guys, I know, I think I know where you're gonna
No,
go with
no,
that.
because so remember, right? If space and time are one and the same in this circumstance, right? So
Yeah.
when you distort space time, right,
Yes.
with a massive object, you're
Yes.
essentially distorting time,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So, but the thing is that there is the lowest unit of time. What's it called again, Joe? Planck time or something like
Yeah,
that?
that's one
Like
of it.
the
Yeah.
absolute lowest unit, right?
Mhm.
We don't know what is, there is a lowest unit, meaning, right, and we can actually like measure it, but in terms of how time is expressed, it's dependent on the circumstance, like how fast you're moving, the gravitational well that you're in, a bunch of different stuff.
I'm not sure I'm keeping up with you, I'm gonna be honest.
Okay.
So what I would help with is if you are in the spaceship heading towards the black hole,
Yeah.
time will change the rest of the universe around you. You will look like you'll be going faster in time or slower in time.
Yes, I get
Versus
that part.
Right. Versus if somebody was watching you from far away going into the black hole, then it would look the same time. You would not your perspective would not be the same as the person inside the spaceship.
Outside of
Yeah.
perspective, is something really happening then?
Yeah.
From the
So
universe's perspective or from God's perspective, it's all the same time.
Other
Yeah.
perspectives.
yeah.
Yeah.
So what have you ever seen the movie Interstellar?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right.
Which
And
was that the one George Clooney and what's her face, or
no,
was that the
no.
yeah, go ahead.
No, the
Alan, no.
Interstellar is the one with Matthew McConaughey,
And his kid,
and
the daughter,
yeah, with his
and the time and the watch, I think it was.
yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a scene where they went on they found a planet that's near the
I
star
remember it.
Gargantua. You remember on the
Yes, I
planet?
do. Yes.
Yeah, they only
Time
stayed like a
moved
couple
different.
minutes, right? For them on the planet, but outside in that spaceship, it was
Yes.
years, bro.
That's brilliant. I love
That's
it.
extreme time dilation
Because of the
Yes.
gravity. Mhm.
because of the gravity well that they were in
But y'all telling me
when they
that's
went to the
just
planet.
perspective, though. Perspective.
No, it's not just perspective, right? It's not perspective in just an observational sense, because when they went back to the space shuttle, the dude literally
All right,
aged
it's very
for
good.
years.
So there was something.
Yeah, it was probably one of the
And
coolest things I've seen
back
in
on
the
Earth,
movie.
they lost
Yeah.
all those years. But on the
Yep.
planet, yeah, it was just a matter of minutes. Yeah.
Yep.
So in a way, again, I don't want to get too fucking confusing. Perspective and presence both seems to play a role. That sounds like a.
Let me see if I got this right. When you're first dating somebody, you're completely outside of the gravity well and everything is moving super, super fast. But then once you've been married for a couple years, that's the end of the joke.
Gravity takes effect. You're saying? Just to
As
beat down.
it goes, the days are long as fuck.
Unless you meet the right woman.
Yes,
Right.
I'm crazy about mine still. It's only 3
Yep.
years in, but I miss her every moment and all that bullshit still.
No, I'm in the same
That's,
boat.
yeah, my man, good. Because I be hearing motherfuckers, get your couch ready, Joe. You go on to sleep on the couch.
Joe, that ain't bull. That's the best part of life. That ain't bull. That missing her every moment, man. There's nothing more. The only thing you can do more beautiful than that is hold your own child.
Very good. I've
That's
done both.
yeah.
Yeah. Those are the moments. Stephen Hawkins, man. Then we get back to it. But we were talking earlier, made me think about what his early conception of time was. If you remember his theory of the big crunch, this one he still thought the universe was expanding. He made a $50 bet with his friend that at some point gravity would pull it back in. Friend didn't think that was crazy. Most people thought that was going to happen. But he believed time would reverse then. All time would start to go back. You would live backwards, and all time would go back as the things pulled in on himself. And later on, he changed that and he admitted he lost the bet, and that's not logical. And his friend never cashed a check. He keeps it on the wall. But
I would do that too.
fuck that $50, right?
Technically speaking, that's Penrose's theory is called his cosmic constant something. Triple C. Hawking stole it.
The cosmological constants.
It's CCC. Look at Penrose CCC. I forget what it stands for now.
See?
He's like, oh, could rip the wall.
Penrose, CCC. Conformal cycle cosmology.
There you go. Thank you.
Well, that was just something else we didn't consider since it's kind of quiet. When one of you guys was throwing out the theory there of God and what he would where does he fit, and then Richard came in with we'd have to pretty much identify God. What God are you talking about? But when we went there, I was thinking What about the theory of every time you make a decision, you branch off in a new, and all of these universes, if we can call them that, all of these exist. There's a growing belief in that, that there is a you out there who decided to go to college, one who did not, one who did drugs, and they all exist and all are just as fucking real. Now, suddenly, if you consider that, God is massive. He has to keep track of a lot of shit, bro.
It's called the multiverse theory. It's very popular in Star Trek.
Okay, there you go.
For me personally, okay, I think it would make sense that a creator entity like God would have multiple realities
It's
available
logical.
to him.
Yeah, this would
That's
be
I
like
think
Richard's.
I
That's
think
your.
the God domain is a different reality. I don't think it's the same as this universe. I see you, Richard.
of
We
course.
got into this before.
Yeah,
He's right. You gotta be
that
right.
that's your thing,
Um,
right, Richard? You're thinking there's multiple Earths and things.
no, I'm
Like,
saying there are multiple universes, and
wait.
Richard is like, motherfucker, you're trying to
Richard,
make
let
this
me.
shit more complicated.
What's your
It's
theory, Richard?
unnecessary complexity. It's more complicated than it needs to be.
There you
And
Okay.
go.
in the idea of elegance,
Yes.
the best, simplest explanation that still explains well is the most likely thing. It's just how reality is. The Bible only claims that God is an immaterial set that the Elohim follow religiously, you could say, kind of tongue in cheek. That the Father and the Son agree to the Elohim and they follow that standard set. And that standard set is just what is most needed, is most beneficial and prosperous to the human animal, not specific to the human animal. It wouldn't cover fish, for instance.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
but that has nothing to do with it having, it has being, but apparently, according to the text, it has no personage. Everyone is always trying to assign personage.
What,
Richard, this
God the
sounds off.
Father?
This sounds off a little bit. I'm sorry for interrupting, but does that preclude the idea of life on other planets? I think it does in your statement there.
No, sir. No, not at all. In fact, the Bible goes on and on about it, saying there are special promises to the Christ, Joe. I'm sure you're familiar if I listed them.
Would they be
sitting at
have
the
to
right?
be humanoid? I was trying to
Well,
go
let me
a
just
direction.
do it the way I was going to.
Okay.
I mean, if I get confused or if I say something stupid, interrupt me.
No,
But,
I won't. I'm gonna mute up. I want to hear what you got to say.
Okay, so the specific promises to the Christ is that he'll be dressed in white, seated at the right hand of the Father, given a throne, given a crown. That's a description of the 24 elders. That is, there's been 23 other Christs other than to this earth. And then Hebrews 1 and Hebrews 10 say, with these invisible things, God so made the worlds. Plural. It's not accidentally plural. And people can make the excuse, oh, it's their landmass. Well, you could say it's their damn house. But that's not what the word worlds there means. It means an entirety of an existence.
Isn't there a reference in Isaiah also talking about plural worlds?
Oh, I'm not going to try to quote all of it.
No.
It's just repeated. Okay.
So, okay.
and then there's the cycle of Satan, where Jesus and the Father are total failures. If Satan is restored back to power after 1,000 years to the same earth, that would be just ridiculous. That's the end of my argument.
Why so? Why is that so ridiculous? Returned for a short time, 1,000 years.
Well, then apparently they're not in charge. That's why.
Why not? If they let them run loose now for a reason, could not have a reason later on?
Oh, no. It doesn't say they released him. It says he's released. There's a big difference there. This says, right now, it says he's the God of this world because it's allowed.
Yes.
Well,
so you assume that he...
when he's released, he's not released by our side of the argument. We're not the ones that released him. He's released objectively outside of our power.
I don't know. That's probably a long conversation, but
it is.
Why do you say that?
Why do I say what? Because that's if you look in, I've looked into the words there. Never mind the translation, and I've looked into early Christianity, and what the Greeks would be writing about in early Christianity. And I think I can make a fairly compelling argument that it's not in the power of Jesus and God and the Father that Satan is released. It's not in their power. It just happens outside of their will.
Interesting. I would, delve into it. Perhaps ain't the time, but
Okay,
yeah.
my turn
Well, it
now.
is my channel, believe it or not. I can just override every. This is not a democracy here.
Right? Richard is God right now.
No,
That's
but
all
it is
right.
my channel.
That's
No
our
Right?
definition.
Theological got the right idea. Okay, so I think Richard is committing a fallacy of oversimplification on two circumstances, right? So the fallacy is basically like when someone tries to make something simpler, right, by ignoring certain other complexities of
And
the
wait a minute, I
phenomenon.
said that. I said if it covers it. So
What do you
tell me
mean if it covers
what's
it?
not being
So
covered by what I'm saying.
what is not being covered
Yeah.
is the God domain, aka the highest heaven, right? It clearly in almost every single depiction, it clearly operates under different physics.
I don't know
A
about
matter
these
of fact,
depictions. Tell me about the
uh,
text.
okay, just humor me for now because that would really require me, unless you want me to just go
No.
quiet
Please,
and go
Richard,
search for a
let him
bunch of text
finish his
describing
thought
heaven,
and then prove it out.
right? So the other thing too, outside of seeming to operate under different physics and having different entities, not spiritual beings, entities, right? I don't see these things as being spirits. They're just different entities, different beings, right? Um, um, they also operate in a way that is not conducive to our universe. Not only that, when someone from our universe or our domain goes to their domain, their domain is rejecting them. It automatically rejects them. Like remember earlier in our conversation, right, where we said no one that's evil or nothing that's evil can exist in heaven. Heaven will reject it,
Yeah.
right? So going back to that idea, right, the only people that is from this world that it currently exists in heaven is Jesus, Enoch, and I think it's Isaiah, right? And and have all of them had to be justified, essentially cleansed, before they can exist there. So they have to be adjusted in order to exist in heaven as humans. So that is why I hold to the position that heaven is not of this current universe, this closed system. It is a different dimension that God exists in. A matter of fact, I'll add this to my point too, right? Whenever God is on earth, wherever he is at on earth becomes heaven. And no one who is unclean can exist
Ooh.
in his presence, which is heaven on earth. That is my argument. Thank you.
I dig it. I like a lot of it. I talk too fucking much. I got opinions on everything. Somebody else talk.
I got Richard's cogs churning right now. I love it. Look at it.
Oh shit.
I don't know if anyone else want to comment.
Allow it, Joe.
I'm
Allow
I'm
it.
making this I'm making this shit up. This is just this is just my perspective on me just reading the stuff. Really,
I don't think it's horrible. The fact that the physics are different, is okay if you go with that shit. and that lends toward he created this shit, which makes him big. The physics are different over there. That means there's a whole different everything over there. Existence, environment, blah, blah, blah. Uh, all right, I'm rambling a bit.
So
Okay,
this is
so
why. Okay, go ahead.
when Michelangelo painted from chapter 21 of the book of Revelation, he made the city of God a cube. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, I can understand reading this as a cube, but since it just described the zodiac, the four sets in the four cardinal directions of 3 gates each, or 12, and now it's giving the expression four square, which it just did a few verses ago, meaning east, north, south, and west, which is just a reference to the four cardinal directions, so that you know you're on a planet, that you know that you're on a solid thing when you're talking about it, and that's
Okay.
the whole point of that.
Okay.
Like the four corners of a house, where we get those ideas from. Okay,
I get it. I can go with that so far.
but I would challenge anyone to come up with, first of all, a heaven having a measurement, but it's outside of space-time. How could you measure
Yeah, go ahead.
the outside of a thing that is outside of space-time, that has no physicality?
That's where you get into quantum decoherency.
Go ahead.
Well, you're going to have to.
Yeah.
Quantum
Okay,
decoherency.
but I want to take this simply and say it has an outside. In fact, it talks about the color of it. It talks about the dimensions of it here. Okay? So if you have a hard measurement for something, it's not squishy. It's solid. It's real. Like your computer in front of you is real. It has measurements.
Yeah, but I'm not making that argument, Richard. I'm not making an argument that the God domain is a immaterial place. I'm saying
Okay.
it is a physical place that exists that does not operate under the same physics and is a very different environment than the one that we are in.
Okay, give me
That's
an
what I'm saying.
example of the stretching or breaking of these physics that we think are standardized.
Okay, so you don't see like for example, there's no way on earth, there's the simplest example I would use, right, is that there is nowhere on earth, right, that you can go to, nowhere in this universe that you can go to that would automatically reject you because you are not justified before God.
Different physics.
Nowhere.
What do you mean by
What-
automatically?
The
Like
shaft
the
must
physics
be.
of it would push you away? What are you saying?
No, as in you will. So when Isaiah went and when he experienced heaven and he tries to pray to God, right? He tries to pray like all the other beings, right? He couldn't. He was suffering, right? And then one of the beings put a burning coal on him and it cleansed him, and he was allowed to exist without suffering, which clearly indicates that the environment that he was in was rejecting him. And that coal, it cleansed him of his iniquities. Basically, it adjusts his own existence
Okay,
that
I can
allow
see your
him to
reading
exist
frame
within
now.
that space. Yes.
I
So I'm
I
not.
can see your reading frame. How do I know that his internal turmoil wasn't self-induced, and that the burning coal is only significant for the reason that it makes him feel like he's forgiven?
Because he's able to exist there, and he actually goes there. He actually doesn't die.
Well, I know that he
and
doesn't
and the
die.
same depictions that he has, that he showed, Enoch had the same experience. Not the same exact
Yes,
experience as him, right?
fair enough.
He demonstrated the same thing basically.
Close enough. Close enough. I know what
Yeah.
you're referring to. Let's get this out of the realm of our own our beliefs, but still stay within the idea set. Get it out of the emotional, and let me ask you the following question: why do people do mantra, and what does it do?
Mantra,
Right.
Mantras.
like sooth, like Hindu chant.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah,
Any kind of mantra. What's the
Right.
point?
that reminds me of Jesus saying not to repeat your prayers.
To become closer to God by speaking His name, sort of deal, is what I understand.
What if
Okay,
your
so it's the
mantra
same
doesn't
thing as the
include
coal
his
on the
name?
lips. It made them able to be in
Well,
the presence of God. Is that it?
Yeah, by
Is that what it
repeating
does?
the praise. Yeah,
remember
by
So wait,
Jesus
repeat.
saying, he said, "Don't be like the heathens who repeat their prayers thinking that they'll be heard that way." He said, "Your,
Right. And
your Father already knows." Yeah.
of Catholicism, why must one kneel, then stand, then sit, then kneel, then stand, then sit, then kneel, then stand, then sit, then genuflect, then do a sign of the cross, then do the rosary when they get home from work on a Wednesday? Why? What
Their
does all
tradition,
that do?
it's tradition,
Pomposity.
makes them feel good.
That's right.
Removes sin.
Ego.
That's what I'm saying. I think that Isaiah needed that.
Yeah.
I think Enoch needed that. And the reality of it was, you're already accepted and forgiven by Christ and God anyway. You don't need a coal on your lips. You might think you do.
no. As I said, right? The concept of being justified before God, right? Um, it is a physical thing, right? You have to be in a physical state of existence in order to exist before God and not die,
I believe it's
right?
physical, yeah.
Right. So, um, Isaiah's existence did not meet that criteria, and so he was literally dying before God.
I think you're reading living and dying a certain way there that I don't necessarily agree with you on, because
Well,
there's two kinds of, well, there's life and then there's life abundant. There's two different kinds of life, right? And there's death of the physicality, death of failure of your flesh, and there's failure of old ideas. The old man has died and the new man is born. And the
I,
important one is repentance, or the death of old ideas that are wrong, not the physical death.
but he was physically suffering, and in order to to end his suffering. Okay, let me pull up the actual scripture. Give me one
I already
second.
have it on screen if you just tell me which verse.
It's Isaiah 6 verse 6.
I would have went with different physics. What physics allowed them to Jesus to inherit a body down here, die, return, to go back and forth to heaven, and all these spirits that inhabit you? Wouldn't that account for some physics that aren't uh, noticeable right now?
Well, you asked physics.
I thought that was what we were talking about. Richard wanted a different set of physical rules. I forget how he phrased it. That we don't have right now.
Well, again, if you go
No,
back to the
actually, that was Odin that said there's a different set of physics. I think that's
Yeah,
unnecessary
that was me.
complexity and
Okay.
not what the actual text is demanding here. Let me
All
read
right.
So
6:5. Looks like through 6:7 to make your point.
yeah,
Then said I, woe is me, for I am undone, because I, a man of unclean lips, and I dwell in the midst of people of unclean lips. For mine eyes have seen the King, the Lord of hosts. Then flew one of the seraphims unto me, having a live coal in his hand, which he had taken with tongs from off the altar. And he laid upon my mouth and said, Lo, this hath touched thine lips, and thine iniquity is taken away, and thy sin purged.
I love it.
it feels like you're reading me love poetry.
Right,
This
I
sounds
love
It
so weird.
is.
It's okay. So
To me, it
okay,
is, and that's how I read it.
I
no,
love it.
so no, that's I think that's perfectly fine. But it is a show of love, right? But it as it depicts there, right? He was actually suffering in that state, and so something was done to change him, right? something
Yes.
was done to change him that allowed him to exist without suffering,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And because a matter of fact, the other example of this was Joshua when he met the angel of the Lord and I guess the challenger, right? And the angel had was challenging Joshua. The the angel, one of the challenger was challenging Joshua, right? And the angel of the Lord basically says, "Take off your clothes, and I I will put you in garments that will remove your iniquities."
Right.
mm,
So the same thing happened with Isaiah. So you see stuff like that happening. It's the idea of being justified before God, basically, right? So you can
Yes, it
exist within His
is.
presence,
I'm not
right?
saying
So,
that. I'm not saying you're wrong in that way.
yeah, but what I'm saying is that the circumstances when that happens is typically when someone is in the presence it is in
Yes, of
the
course.
presence of God, which is heaven, right? And if
Yes.
heaven is a literal, if God is like literally in heaven or an aspect of him, right, is
yeah,
in heaven,
right.
right, and it's supposed to contain him, then nothing opposite of his existence can be there. If his existence is good, they'll
I
literally
understand
suffer.
the theory.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It that I'm using, I could use other things, but I'm just kind of trying to stay within the biblical idea of things. I'm trying to use these specific biblical depictions to justify my argument that the God domain is a physical place and it is not this universe. It is
We agree
somewhere
it's
Well, I
else.
thought
physical.
it was that the argument was that it is massive and shit like that. I
No,
thought
no,
that
no, no.
was the argument.
The size doesn't matter. It
All
doesn't matter. The size
It,
doesn't
it's
matter.
it's just there's something different about it where you can't be there and have iniquity. That's your
Yes.
point.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to point a few things out here. The seraphim in greatest detail have 6 wings. They can use 2 to hover, 2 to cover their legs, and 2 to cover their face. So that's like saying I'm a non I'm a non-person flying thing.
Hmm.
That's what a seraphim is, a non-person flying thing.
That's an
And
oversimplification.
I'm trying to keep it simple. And the word altar is defined on how an altar can be built. Okay? An altar has to be made of earth, or it's a description of the complexity of the earth. Either way, it's the earth. So when it says a burning ember or coal is taken by a seraphim off of the altar, this is talking about the destruction of the planet and how everything is perishing and the smoke of the beast rise up forever and ever, because of the removal of the oceans and the overheating of the crust, creating the lake of fire. And the point is that it's the end of it, that the old ways are gone and over, and we're introduced to a completely different paradigm shift. And in all of those ways, I can agree with you. It's just unnecessary complexity to put it outside of this universe. You don't need to.
No, but
That
well,
makes sense.
I think by oversimplifying, because first of all, right, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you about your assessment in terms of what it could be describing in the future. But the Bible, as both me and you know, do this double entendre thing, right, or triple entendre, where it
Sometimes.
is where it is it is depicting an event, right, or a place
Yes. But what
or a
event?
person, right, and it might assign a name, right, and the name is not a name, or it can be a name but also be a title to illustrate something within the story, right?
Which
I
is why
get all
when you
that.
see characters in the Bible, the more often you're going to see them, the more loose the definition of their name is going to be.
I mean, sure, but nothing's wrong with the looseness of the definition, especially when it's contextual, right?
No, that's
So
my
my
whole point. Is the names are contextual. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that that shouldn't be thrown out the gate in this circumstance where it is clearly showing, right? And this is not just a one-off depiction, right? This is a depiction that you see all throughout the Bible, right? And extra biblical content where people go there, different people go there, have pretty much the same experience, describe the same things in detail, and they
I
do
was going
not
to go in.
operate the same way as Earth does.
There was some good near death experience that resemble that too. I don't know if you cats even believe in that shit, but they couldn't get in there until the angel or whoever was sent there prepared them for what they thought were days over there before they had to go in front of someone considered holy and stuff. Like they could not simply cross from here to there, supporting whatever you're saying there.
A
It's an
matter,
interesting observation, Joe, and I'm sure that experientially, and those who've had an NDE, that you're being accurate. Unfortunately, the problem with NDEs is they have a tendency to agree with the most popular cultural religion of the landmass.
There is some fascinating research to the contrary. If you'd like to hear real quick, Richard.
Of course, there's stuff to the contrary, but what I would need to see is, against their knowledge, new information, and
Yes.
in that survey, all of those people agree. Like,
Yes,
I've
that's
never heard of Christianity, yet there's this red sashed, white robed, bearded guy with long hair, and he claims
yes.
his name is, you know, Joshua Ben Yosef, but I don't know who he is.
So that is happening now. There is a $15 billion international research group across probably about half a dozen or a dozen so different universities and research groups now. It's called the Lazarus Syndrome, scientifically, where they are scientifically monitoring, and what they're deducing so far. And I got all kinds of references. I love sharing about this. Is what's happening. So most intensive care unit drugs cause memory loss. And so what they're speculating is happening is that when patients undergo, when you're in a life-threatening situation, they're trying to save your life at the hospital, and they administer these drugs, then that people are having recorded, demonstrable, universal post-death experiences. They're not near death. These people are completely heart and brain dead, and they're developing new ICU drugs that do not affect the memory. There has been an increase in commonality observations, not only people that have never heard of Christ, but Indian cultures, Muslim cultures that are absolutely hostile to Christ. These people come back from total death, believing in Jesus.
Hey,
I'm
can
sorry,
I say something?
hostile doesn't count. It only matters whether or not they've heard of it.
It's
Before
been both.
I'd heard of Christ. I had a near death, and I started reading the Bible and stuff after I had one, and I cursed over there in the presence of three people or entities, and I was sent to that hellfire place where my skin and stuff was falling out and falling off, and when
Yum.
I thought I was out, I said, "Jesus save me," and I was swept back over to that place and some stuff, and they said three things would happen. One of them was I would throw up blood. I was out of it, and the three things occurred. I didn't even know I threw up blood, but I guess Richard would say that my ears could have heard someone say he's throwing up blood. But when I came out of it 26 or 8 hours later or whatever, I was looking for every reason to say it was not real. And then something happened. I don't know. It's a bunch of stuff. But that also, I guess I'm reading a lot of that experience. And here, Richard, fuck it. I
You
I
should tell us the story about cussing going to hell, and then just teasing.
That's funny.
I don't believe that when we use those expressions, we're actually trying to curse anyone. But go ahead, Joe.
I dig it. The guys taught me how to get back to him. It was through a way of meditation, and I did it with some friends, and I got to throw in there that we also threw in some drugs. I've done it without drugs also, but in this one I'm about to tell you about, we did it with drugs, mushrooms in particular, and we walked miles into Starved Rock in Illinois, so that we wouldn't see anyone, and we did the thing while going to the meditation and talk to them. And one was a school teacher, and one was a famous graffiti artist and shit. And we wanted to do it analytically, and they could hear my conversation between these three entities, and it scared them, and they back up. I'd say it looked like 25 feet away. And after it was over, I asked them. They couldn't hear the conversation then. And then when they come toward me, though, they could hear the conversation that I was having with these people. And there's more to it, but that's just something to think about. That's a lot more.
Well, Joe, I do believe in prayer. I believe that we both pray to each other and to angels and to demons, apparently.
Okay. Yes.
Which means a person needs a bunch of discernment as to who they're talking to.
All right, check this out. Well, since you brought it up, demons, at all of these things, and I've done it a bunch, someone seems, I shouldn't even be saying this shit, but someone gets possessed. And it's always the guy you could tell. And I warn people, I say, listen, you have negative thoughts and stuff. It's bad things are gonna happen. And I could give you so many examples, but when a person, in my opinion, has some type of doubt, I'll give you an example. One guy, we were talking mentally, no fucking words. I was talking mentally, didn't open my mouth, and he can hear everything I was saying. And because I'm an analytical dude, I was telling him, sit here, stand there, do this. I can hear you. How the fuck are you doing this? And until I was proven. And then I told him, because I've been doing this before. Well, listen, man, I think I told him, I'm cut past all of that stuff, but I came down to, I think it's Jesus. And that scared the shit out of him.
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I could compare it to a cell phone and say that, there's this non-local, non-verbal, non-visual communication going on. But the only question remains, are we directly hooking our cell phones together, or is there a retransmission tower called heaven? That's my question. That's what I wonder about.
Oh my God! You just reminded me of George Carving something Washington.
Yeah, George Washington Carver. Yeah. What about?
Yeah, Carver. Thank you. Yeah, I loved his. You just reminded me of his quote, Richard. He said that he loves to look at nature as a radio broadcasting station that God's constantly transmitting at, and if we just take the time to tune in.
Tesla would say something similar. If you want to know God, think in terms of energy, frequency,
I could bore all of you to tears. You would fall asleep listening to the stories of successful prayer that have happened to me.
Probably would not be boring. But hey, I got to get going, guys. I got to sign off about 5 minutes. So
Thanks for coming by, Joel.
No, it's my pleasure. I just wanted to ask, was there any quick questions or things that I could help with?
I'd just like to apologize if I came across as interrupting and dismissive. I felt like I did.
You've been quiet as hell since I got here, man. I've been hoping other people talk, because I always talk too fucking much.
I've been thinking about changing the channel name to, Zealots Only, because why the hell bother? So thank you for coming in and being a zealot, really.
Yeah, no, most YouTube channels, like the live ones like this, are chaos. This is not. You guys are awesome. I love y'all.
Yeah,
I've only been here a couple of times, but damn, I've been impressed, man. I swear I look for this shit.
Richard's channel is a hidden gem.
Agreed. All right. Well, you guys have a great night. It was a pleasure.
Well, the greatest addition to that is the people who show up to talk about these things, and how much time they've spent thinking about it, how thorough they've been, and how serious they are. And I know that I am serious, and I invite serious people to say what they really believe. And that's always a great conversation.
It's always, I spend a lot of time here. All I know is what I know. It's so great when other people spend time thinking about this, and you can just pick off of them and get their shit. Like, it's great.
Right. What I enjoy is I always learn something when I join y'all on your channel, and just that's what I love. I love to learn. No matter how crazy the idea is, it challenges my thinking, and I really enjoy it.
All right, Pivot.
Yeah, some old dead guy, something like, I don't know, Aristotle or some crap. Yeah. He said it's a sign of intellect that someone can entertain an idea they don't hold.
I like it. And I don't like Aristotle at all.
He's not quite as old. He's like 1920 instead of 350 BC. Robert Heinlein. He said, I never learned from a man I agree with.
Right. You get confirmation from those you agree with. Mm-hmm. You learn from correction.
About Confucius, he says, "This is not a day when I walk with man, woman, or child that they are not my teacher." And he wasn't talking about necessarily the shit that come out of my mouth, but out of their mouths, but he still learns from them every day.
Nice, love it.
Yeah, it's very good.
All right, gentlemen.
Well, you know what? It's not going to be a better ending than this. So I'm going to get
I dig
a
it.
round robin final thoughts in reverse order of people coming in. So because I can. So Joe Cool, try to encapsulate your
Yes.
experience.
Here or what experience we talking about here?
Okay,
Here.
sure. Yeah.
All
Oh,
right.
yeah, that'd be fine too.
All right. What was the other one? Oh, you wanted the other. I think I know what you wanted. Yeah, that's a lot of encapsulating. Here. If I could step out a little bit or add to both. This is a part of that experience that I think you were asking me about. It all seems to be God showing me a ton of favor, surrounding me with different hints, clues, and a lot of them are angels in you, whether you know it or not. The same niggas that carry demons, if they exist, the other guy exists. You guys, angels, inhabit you cats in my presence all the time, especially here. That's my encapsulation of my view of things. And I don't know you cats personally, man, but if this is the best of you, great. If you got more to offer, great. I just appreciate you guys. Remaining at this level. I'm saying it horribly, but it takes a certain thing for every motherfucker to be interested in this nonsense. The conversation didn't deteriorate. I'm a fan for this type of shit, bro. And I'm going to bail out. You cats be easy.
Amen.
All right, Theo.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
You killed me with the deadpan, man. That was awesome. Thank you so much for that. That was great.
I'll be here next time. We'll continue it, and the conversation never ends, does it?
No, it doesn't. All right, Joel already said his. I think Batman.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can now. Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks again for the stream. Thank
you,
everyone who joined and listened to Paint Dry, because that's what I sound like apparently, according to some people.
You're awesome.
Which is
Don't
super
believe them.
funny. I definitely learned a lot in this conversation, and it was really, really nice to get these ideas out of my brain and in the air, because they were literally eating my brain alive, and I was too lazy to put them on digital paper, so to speak. I promise I will, but it's really nice to kind of get those ideas out there, get them challenged, and find a way to make them make sense. So I appreciate the platform for that. People, please like and subscribe. If you don't, you'll stub your toe.
No, they won't. But they can like and subscribe anyway. In fact, they can hate watch. They can take no notifications. Whatever you want. But vote on videos and comment and stuff. Because the computers like it when you do that stuff, guys. So make the computers happy. They're in charge. AI is already a problem. All right, guys. Till next time. Thank you all so much. I really, really look forward to the day that we're all in heaven together and looking at each other with new eyes. I really look forward to that. Thanks again, everyone, for coming by. Everybody that was in the panel, I can't thank you enough. If you happen to be awake tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock Mountain Time, I'm going to be over there having probably about this same discussion with Chris Mallard, talking on the Daily Atheist. The Daily Atheist. It spells damn. Daily Atheist Morning Show. Daily Atheist Morning Show with Chris Mallard. I'm going to try to present to him the argument that he, as an atheist, has accepted way too much Christianity. All right, guys, till next time. Thank you all. Peace.